what's up, babies? Bye, boy. This is my channel. As it always is every time. I don't know why I do the same intro. It just feels like it's a calling card or something. I don't know if it's like a catchphrase. I don't know that I intentionally did it. It just kind of happened. But, you know, I just want to make sure everyone knows what they're signing up for here. But this is my channel. We are going to do some writing today. And it's going to be fun, fun, fun. You know it's going to be fun, fun, fun. Why I said that so, like, aggressively and sarcastically. Like, it really is a fun time. At least I think it is. I always have a blast with this. That's why I keep doing it. I like doing it. I like doing it because the fact that I keep putting it on for free demonstrates that it sure ain't paying the bills, and yet I keep doing it. So clearly I must enjoy it. I really do, though. I love having the chance to just sit down and do some good old writing. I love the fact that people come in and have super awesome ideas that they want to share with it all. I don't know. It's just, this is a good time. It's a good time and a good place, and I like being here. And I like that people like being here. And it's a good time, man. It's a good time for us all. Good way to kick off a Monday, too. I mean, just sitting here thinking about Mondays, it's really easy to be bummed out about Mondays. Especially, like, I had an awesome weekend. I hope everyone else had a weekend even half as awesome as mine, because that would be a good damn weekend for most people. I had an awesome weekend. I went and watched my bud do his first amateur wrestling show. My God, that was a hoot. Holy crap, that was so much. If your area ever does amateur wrestling thing, like we're talking like WWF style wrestling, they ever put on amateur wrestling shows, holy crap, go to it. It is so much fun. They have, the people on those stages have so much enthusiasm. Oh man, it's infectious. It's infectious. Like I'm not someone who typically, like, I don't have a history of being super into wrestling. You know, I don't watch it that much. But man, when I was there, oh my gosh, I was having so much fun. I blew out my voice so fast, just screaming for everyone and watching the action on there. I mean, it helped that my buddy was one of the performers. Like, of course, I lost my mind for Danton Leon. But for real though, oh my gosh, so much fun. Highly recommend you go to it. Go to it and let yourself get into it. Don't sit there and be awkward like, oh, wait, am I supposed to cheer? Like, are they a good guy? Are they a heel? Like, don't worry about it. Just go there and lose your mind, because everyone will have a blast. They will put on a show, and you will just have an amazing time. Eat all of the crappy stadium food you can find while you're there. Just enjoy the whole experience, because it is so worth it. It is so recommended. But anyway, like, when I'm thinking about how awesome of a weekend I had, it would be so easy to be bummed about it being a Monday. But that's why I love that I get to sit here and just, like, spend some time writing and being creative, because this is just a much, much better way to ease our way into the week than most other things I could think of. So, I don't know. It's a good day. It's a good day. I'm having a good time here. I hope everyone else out there is having a good time. Whether you're watching live, watching the VOD afterwards, I don't care. I hope you're having a good day, because everyone deserves that. But, you know, all of that sappy hoo-ha out the way. Let's go ahead and actually do some writing. Let me switch this over here. Let's switch this over here. Whoosh, there we are. All right, so the plan today, as always, is we're going to continue working on our campaign that we've been working on for quite some time. But I've been really liking, I've kind of started this new thing of working a little bit on the rune system that I've established. Break this down just a little bit. I feel like my head's gonna cut it all off a little bit. That should be still big enough for people to view. I don't know if it's too small. Let me know. But yeah, like, I've been having fun, like this sort of little ongoing rune system project that I have for my games, because I DM, and I've kind of one of the things that I like about Pathfinder that isn't in 5e, at least not in any, like, really clear, obvious way, is like a rune system, so that people can modify their own weapons and stuff. And I just think that's so much more fun than it is just, like, finding a weapon and hoping that it's a clearly better, like a clearly improved upon weapon that they're willing to ditch out their own weapon. But even then, it's always like, I always feel like there's disappointment involved, and it's like, oh, well, I had this, like, really cool character-specific weapon that had a lot of like personality based on the roleplay stuff, but this other weapon makes much more sense for me to use mechanically, and like I always think that's disappointing. So I've kind of created this rune system that where players can kind of collect up runes and then be able to spend downtime, either on their own or with assistance from like a shopkeeper or someone else who's got better abilities. They can work on imbuing their weapon with that rune. So that way they can, instead of just like finding random like legendary weapons around in the game and hoping for the best, instead they can work on like actively researching and creating the weapon into being exactly what they want it to be, and so that's kind of the spirit of this project. And it's been really good start to streams to like work on this a little bit. And so just because it's a really good way to just sort of like, it's like a brain warm up, right? Like when you're working out, and I don't know how much this resonates to everyone because I work out a lot more than most people do. But when I'm working out, like it's really, it's a valuable thing to spend just a little bit of time warming up the muscles, right? You want to just go for like a quick light jog or something like that, just to get the blood flowing, get the muscles warmed up. So that way you're less likely to strain yourself and hurt yourself. And doing this has been kind of helpful for the brain. Like it kind of gets me in that creative state of mind, and then just the flow of everything else we're working on for a campaign just kind of goes. So I'm gonna keep this up. I've been liking this decision, and I want to keep going with this decision. So we're gonna keep working on a project here. And if you're not familiar with the way I do this, the project that I have going, this homebrew rune system, is basically I'm working on slowly, one spell at a time, creating a rune version of every spell in the standard rules. So that way players can just be like, oh man, it'd be super cool if like me as a barbarian could have like a fire spell or something, like, or a fire sword. And it's like, all right, well, find a spell that's got like fire type stuff, and we'll figure out how to create a weaponized version of it. Weaponized is kind of like already, that's what casting a spell is, an attack, but you understand what I'm saying. A rune version of it, they can attach it there, and it just like, it gives people the opportunity to just like personalize and specialize their weapons and stuff. And my players have been having so much fun with it. I've been having fun with it. And so yeah, we're just gonna kind of keep working on that. So the last spell, we've been working our way through the abjuration spells, right? The level 3 spells. That back down. So we'll just go ahead and pull up our resource here. Go to our abjuration, pull up level 3, and we'll just keep going. We'll do a couple of these. Yeah, I'm aware of this. I'm aware of the buyout. It's interesting. I don't really know how to interpret it, whether that's going to be good or bad. I suppose time will tell. I imagine some things will be good, some things will be not so good, as with most changes in the world. See how it all shakes out over time. But whatever. We're not here to talk about that. I'm not a news program. I'm a goofball who just writes stuff. Program. You can even call it a program. Like a show, I guess. I don't know. What would you call it? A stream, but like more akin to like, I don't know, a radio show. I guess then it'd still be a show. Like a talk show or something. I don't know. No, I don't think anyone really cares. I think the last one we did was Counterspell, which is actually kind of a cool idea for... Yeah, it was like a cool idea for weapons. I kind of created like the idea that the baseline for this imbibement would be that you would put it on a thrown item. So it's like if you see someone casting a spell, you could like quickly throw, a thrown weapon like a ninja star or a dart or whatever at the enemy, and like it'll block their magic or something like that, which I think is cool. It's certainly not rules as written. So if you like playing like rules specific, rules heavy, rules tight games, then this system won't be for you. That's definitely true. But my games are run much more with the intent of using the rules as I take the Captain Barbosa approach, where the rules are more like guidelines. That's just the way me and my friends like to play. But everyone's got their own system. But at any rate, so the next one is going to be Dispel Magic, which isn't entirely different from Counterspell, but I actually like the idea of having like a wand of Dispel Magic, right? It's like an anti-magic wand or something like that. This will be good. So let's go ahead and get our header here. Dispel Magic. Dispel, dat spell, you know, it's whatever you want. Oh man, I'm funny. You guys happy you get to listen to my jokes all day long? I promise you, they will continue all day long. Okay, so I've kind of started adding some different things about, like, I kind of revamped my template. So this is a template that I've created, which is just my way of making sure that I put in everything that I want to make sure that these embodiments have. I have templates for, like, everything that I write. And just for me, I find that makes it easier for me to make sure I cover all the bases for anything I'm writing. Like if I'm creating a city, if I'm creating a mission, if I'm creating a dungeon, whatever it is, I know all the important beats that I want to make sure to have in there. So that way I don't forget about important things while I'm writing, and then get to the actual operation of the thing and be like, oh geez, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So I have these templates that I made, and one of the things that I've kind of added to this one is like the mechanics of the spell, to make sure that I just kind of have them in one. It's just kind of like a one-stop shopping thing. It's not necessary. I kind of just copy it as it is in the spell, so I could just look it up, but I find that if I have all my notes on just like one window, you know, like right here, what we're working on, if I have it all in here, then it just makes it much easier to smoothly run a game. So that's one suggestion I definitely have for any DMs out there. It's just, you know, try and compile all of your notes into one easy to refer to document, whether you like to have it like, you know, pen and paper, printed out, in Excel, and well, maybe not Excel, but like in Word, in OneNote. If you have online, like I know there's all kinds of different online, like cloud-based. So whatever it is, try and keep all of the notes that you're going to use in a session in one place. Not because there's any rule that says you have to. It just makes it so much easier to keep things consistent and to not have to halt the momentum of things to like find which window you're in. Like if you have 1,500 tabs open, then it just gets cumbersome. So. But that's just my personal recommendation. It's kind of a matter of taste, whatever you like to do. But that's why I have this here. And so I'm gonna get the mechanics taken care of first here. So how it's cast, it's an instantaneous thing. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna save those for afterwards because we got to figure out exactly how it's going to work. And usually that's easier here. So my pattern here is we're just gonna take the spell as it is, go ahead and drop it in here. Do that. Get rid of this extra stuff. I appreciate that OneNote tries to like cite things for us. It's helpful in some ways, but in this situation, it just kind of is cumbersome, and I'm a jerk for not citing my sources in my own notes. So yeah, and so I copy and paste it here, and then I like to just go through and modify as needed to get things to be to get things to go from a spell that you cast to a rune that's like, or like a magical weapon that can be used once per day. Right, and the baseline is always once per day, and then if players want to try and change that up and create it so that it's more powerful, can have more charges per day or something like that, then they have to spend more time when they're doing the like crafting part of it, right? It's all part of a system where it's like the more you invest, the more you can get out of it. So as it is, choose one creature, object, or magical effect within range. Any spell of 3rd level or lower on the target ends. For each spell of 4th level or higher on the target, make an ability check using your spellcasting ability. The DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. On a successful check, the spell ends. So we got to massage this language a little bit because it's going to be an item. So obviously, if it's an item, the idea is that it can be used by a non-magic user. That's kind of one of the big points of this, is to give, like, because a wizard, someone who's playing a wizard, of some sort could still dump all their stats. They could still dump extra points into strength and have them be able to hit with a hammer pretty hard, right? They could still do that. It wouldn't be a great build, but they could still do that. But someone who's a barbarian doesn't have many opportunities to use magic unless you give them magic items, right? So for me, it's just kind of a way to let them have options other than I run in and hit it with my axe. Right? It's like it's fun for players to have options available to them, even if they choose not to use them. If they have those options available, it's great. And then if they're like they have their beloved axe, they can start adding things to it. That's great. So the basic type of item here, what I want to put this on is like really for this one, it can be any item used to touch the magical object in question, right? So whether it's whether it's a magical object or whether it's a person under a spell, whatever it is, it's like you have to be able to do it. So like the baseline is thought of like if you have a glove, right, you could touch and use that glove to dispel the magic, right? Or like I say, if you have a wand and you can like just like place the tip of the wand or whatever, anything that you can touch. So like if you wanted to do something weird, like have pants of Dispel Magic, so you have to put your butt on them, and like that's what dispels magic. As long as your group is cool with it, you can do that. But the idea is that it would work that way. Choose one creature, object, or magical effect within range. Place the imbued. Place the item imbued with Dispel Magic on it. Any spell of 3rd level or lower on the target ends. For each spell of 4th level or higher on the target, make an ability check. So what I'm going to do for this is instead of using your spellcasting ability, we're going to say, make an ability. We're just going to say, make an ability check. What we'll do for this, I think what we'll want to do, we'll just do an ability check. DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. We'll just leave it right there. And for the ability check, I mean, like, because the idea of doing it behind the spellcasting is like that way that gives you the chance to use like intelligence, wisdom, whatever, right? And so you can use that modifier. And my thought is for this one, if we're going to allow anyone to do this, it's fair to let them not necessarily have, to not let them have any of those extra bonuses, right? So like, particularly to balance someone who doesn't really have magical abilities, it's like, okay, you just need to flat out roll like a 13 or higher. And so then you just say the DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. On a successful check, the spell ends, right? So it's like if it's really hard, you have to roll an extra spell to just like, and the idea is that like that's your ability to use the item and to properly channel the magic. Because like the way I view magic, the way I run it in my homebrew world, is that magic is kind of like it's almost like an invisible fluid. Like it's like a form of energy that flows throughout the world. And when you're casting magic, it's not that you're like grabbing something tangible. It's more so that you are using a conduit of some sort to shape the energy of magic to cause tangible events in the world, right? And so the idea is if you are a magic user, then you basically, whether it's by knowledge or by skill, you basically use yourself as that conduit. Right, so it's like you use yourself as the conduit. You have the knowledge of magic enough that you can sort of use your own energy to modify the energies of magic that flow around you. The idea behind these items is that when an item is imbued, that item becomes like the conduit for modifying that magic, and it because it's an item and it can't like think and make modifications and adjust to the world around it. It's only capable of doing the one thing. Right, and so the idea behind this is if you're just, anyone can use this item, but if you're not particularly skilled, or even if you are skilled, but you're using the item as the conduit instead of yourself, you don't get bonuses. It's an item that does it. So it's basically you just make a D20 check just to kind of make it clear. The DC equals 10 plus spell's level. On a successful check, the spell ends. At higher levels, and so this one I always kind of just change this so you can imbue it at higher levels. Again, it takes more investment in downtime, whether it's like, and you can kind of just like work with your team and or work with your players and see how they want it to operate, whether it's a time investment, whether it's a resource investment, whatever. They have to invest more, so it's going to be more expensive and or more time consuming to create it at a higher level. But you can do that as part of it, because again, you're using magic you're like kind of folding the energies of magic into the item to create a conduit out of it. So if you take more time and more focus and more energy and more resources to really focus that flow of magic more tightly into it, then great. It's like, you can almost think about it as being like a magnet, right? You have just like really weak magnets where you're not really putting much energy into creating a magnetized item, or you can have super magnets where you're really going through the trouble to make this super powerful magnet. Just depends on what you want. So at higher levels, when you imbue an item with this spell using a spell level of 4th or higher, you automatically end the effects of a spell on the target. Spell's level is equal to or less than the level of the spell used. So you could get it up to 9th level and just have it be like it automatically dispels any, but to enchant an item with a 9th level spell, it's gonna take some time. Like that's the point. Like, because I run very long-term campaigns. That's the other reason why this works. I run very long-term campaigns that give players lots of downtime. The idea is that something at 9th level, depending on how much time they invest, could take over a year to finish creating, right? You're just like slowly working on crafting this item and putting the magic into this and like focusing on it. And so the idea is that you could, get it up to that point, but you would have to, you wouldn't be able to have it tomorrow. You'd have to, you'd have to think about having it in a few months at least. So again, that's how I do it. If it doesn't serve your game, then don't do it. I get asked that a lot. People will be like, "Oh, I don't know if this system would work in mine." It's like, great, then don't do it by all means. This is a homebrew thing that I do for my game, but it's fun. It's fun, and like the selling point that I would offer to it is, like I say, it's a really good way for players to customize their experience in the way that they want. It's a way to turn their mechanics into a role-playing situation. And so if you have a really heavy role-play game, a system like this can be a really awesome addition to it. So that's kind of the selling point, but if you're playing a much more, rules focused dungeon crawl game, then this one might be definitely, like, this could definitely be something that throws the balance off. So, you just have to kind of debate on what you want out of your games. For me, I don't care about balance. My players are the heroes. They know they're the heroes. It's more about how do they win rather than do they win. And that's just how we choose to play. If you want a Dark Souls experience, then yeah, don't give them this stuff. Take stuff away. My goodness, just let them die. Who cares? No, it's all about what you want. But at any rate, so we've kind of got exactly how it works. This one is actually pretty easy to modify because, we're just it's the spell's exactly as it is. You just put it in an item that can be placed on it. So the mechanics, how it's cast, will say once per day by placing the item, or placing the imbued item on the target and speaking the command word. That's kind of my default, as I always say, like, you have to do a command word just so that way someone doesn't be like, oh, I want to imbue my sword with this fire thing. That fire thing can only be used once per day. I don't want there to be questions about, oh, does it just like automatically happen first time you use it once per day, once it's recharged, or anything like that. It's like, no, you have the ability to say, like, it's like your item kind of becomes a magical wand. You say the word and then that'll activate the thing, and it can do that once per day. So you can still kind of choose when to do it. Just because it would be really lame if it was always on the first one, because what are the odds that every single time, the best time in the world to do what you're thinking of would be the very first time you use your weapon that day? Unlikely, considering most days you open up with just, a light skirmish with a handful of goblins or something like that, even though you're on your way to a dragon. Like, yeah. That's standard D&D stuff. And you wake up, have a cup of coffee, maybe have a smoke, maybe just go out and kill a couple gnolls, just your average morning chores that you have to take care of. It's tedious, but it's good catharsis for waking up. I know I do it every morning. I like to go out and just hunt a few squirrels. Exactly. Typical Monday morning. It's, just if you have a case of the Mondays, maybe you kill a couple more because you're just feeling a little grumpy about things. You just need that extra little bit of gore in your life just to really just, therapeutically handle it. It's, everyone's got their own ritual. Some people, it's like I say, it's just like, the morning cigarette. Some people it's blood sacrifice. You don't judge a book by its cover. Everyone's got their own thing that just makes them feel right when they get. And you hope that it's a healthier option. Like killing bad guys instead of killing good people. Yeah, like that's your morning. Yeah, I'm foregoing my morning smoke break. At 9:15 from my job, I'm foregoing the smoke break so I can go out on. I'm just gonna go out on a little bit of a knoll stomping trip. Don't worry, boss. I'll wash the boots off before I walk back in. I'll put on my hunting suit. I won't track blood in the office. It's fine. Just give me a minute here. I just need a minute. It's Wednesday. It's hump day, and people have called it hump day all day long. And I'm just, if I don't go out and kill a goblin, I'll probably kill Marcus over there in HR. And it's just, boy, what a nightmare would be, because not only would I have killed someone, I would have killed the HR person. So how are we going to know how to handle the fact that one employee just killed another employee? It's a mess, and we don't want to deal with it. Why don't you just let me go on my murder spree and it'll be fine. don't kill the goblins. That's okay. Fair enough. I wasn't thinking. That was a little inappropriate of me. I apologize. It's an old world way of thinking. It's the 21st century. Okay, I need to update my mentality a bit. Oh my goodness gracious. It's awkward. Check, please. Holy shit. What the hell am I supposed to be doing right now? I don't even remember what I was supposed to be grabbing. Oh yeah, the range of this thing. So the range of this one, so this is where it's going to be a little different, right? So the spell as it is, when you're just casting the spell, the cast range is 120 feet. If it's something that you have to make contact with, then obviously it's going to be different. So we're going to have to, we're going to have to say, we're going to say direct contact. Direct contact needed. That's one of the limitations of doing it as an enchantment rather than just being some magical sorcerer dude that can dispel magic on a whim. You know, just whenever you feel like it. Duration is just instantaneous. It's kind of like an you can kind of do it as an NA. There's no save involved. You just have to you just maybe have to make a check there. Maybe what I'll do is say check. Well, no, because that's supposed to be about, like, does the target do anything? And they don't in this situation. And then damage / buff, and then we'll just say this one's a... What? Don't they have a title for it? Oh, they call this one a control. What was this one? Oh, that was a negation. This is a control. Although I would argue it's kind of still a negation, but... I don't know. We'll just go with what they have here. I don't know if it would ever mechanically make a difference, but... You never know. You never know. And, like, I don't even know why I would worry about it, because... If it's a situation in which a rules lawyer is going to come in and be like, but what type of effect is it? Is this a negation or a control type of thing? They're probably not a player that's going to be stoked about this system in the first place, because it's entirely homebrew. Any additional notes? I don't think we need additional notes. I think it's good. So now we get to do the fun part. What if our players are going through and they just accidentally grant sentience to the item? Happens from time to time. So I always like to do the way I always do it. Like I kind of do it this way. Like good, evil, lawful, chaotic are kind of loose terms that I do for it. It's kind of more a way to, if they roll, you know, a D8 or roll a D10, reroll on 10s to, like, you know, determine on the you know, alignment chart about what type of personality the thing is going to be. It's kind of more so just a way of like, oh, you ticked off these 2 boxes, you get this fun combination of personality traits. But I do like to have some consistency. If it's a good item, it will offer a benefit to the person using it. And if it's an evil thing, it will offer it'll offer an extra benefit to the person using it. And if it's an evil thing, it will offer like an extra detraction or an extra negative to the target, right? So it's like both of them are still good for the person using it, but one of them is more positively influenced and the other one is more negatively influenced, right? So it's like one of them's trying to be a dick to the target, whereas the other one's trying to be a good friend to the person using it, right? So they're both beneficial, but it's the difference between good and evil. And then lawful, I always like to do, it is a bit more powerful, but its focus is a bit more zoomed in. And if it's chaotic, the focus is a bit more broad, but it's a little less effective. So I'm going to go a little out of order because I have an idea for chaotic, which is saying something, because usually the chaotic is one of the ones I struggle the most with, especially with this one. But here's what my idea is. What we'll say is, the item, will want to impact all nearby magical effects. When placed on the target, it will also try to undo any magical effects in adjacent areas, right? So it's like any square making contact with it, it will also try to dispel any magical effects. So it's like if you have multiple friends that have like some sort of magical effect that's impacting them, you can maybe try and use that to dispel it on all of them. What we'll say here is, however, all dispels must be made with a DC 20, with a D20 check for each magical effect. Each magical effect. Here, I'm gonna put an extra note here. The DC for each effect is 10 plus the level of the targeted spell. Right, so it's like the idea is if you have like 3 people that have been impacted by an area effect or something like that, rather than like placing it on one person and it only dispelling that one person, because that's the implication where it's like you have to make contact rather than picking any target or whatever, right? It's like you're not picking the area. I suppose you could, in theory, if someone placed it on like you could put it on the earth in there, but that's something that you would debate with your players. Point is, after the battle, 3 people are magically blinded. Can kind of pile them all together and be like, here, let me see if I can fix all of you guys. Put the item on them and see if you can cure all of their blindness. But even if it's a level 2 spell, and normally that would be an automatic cure, because it's trying to do more, you have to roll for each of them. So some of them might be cured, some of them might not, right? So that's like it's less effective, but a wider area of effect. And so that's kind of more like, it's more of a neutral. The idea is that it's not an extra benefit necessarily, but it sort of changes the impact of it. And then if it's lawful, what my thought is, well, I don't know. Because it already is pretty laser focused, right? Where you're placing the impact on one targeted being. You know, one targeted entity. But I'm wondering if we can do something like I'm wondering if you can do something like if the player, you know, have the caster. I feel, well, what did we do up here? Because this is kind of similar. What did we do with this? On a success, the spell has a chance of being returned to the sender rather than dispelled. Roll any die on even the spell is dispelled on odd is returned. That's right. We kind of did that so that way you could like. But that's kind of more of an active thing. This is more so just like it's kind of like if someone were throwing a water balloon filled with paint. Counterspell is more so about like deflecting that balloon away, whereas Dispel is kind of more like the balloon's already hit and popped and you're trying to clean it up. I don't know if deflecting would work necessarily, but that does give me an idea for this. What we could say is, on any, what we'll say is, what we could say is, when, because what my thought is what if the item could then like absorb the energy there, and then maybe you get like a bonus use of that, like if you use it within the next hour or something like that, you can get a bonus. Like you can transfer the impact of that, like the like if you have the glove, that glove soaks up the effect, and then you can transfer it onto someone else, right? So if someone is magically blinded, you can soak up the blind, and then if within the hour you find an enemy that you want to do it, you could then place the glove on them and transfer the blindness to them. Is what my thought is, and so I guess what I'm thinking is, when attempting to dispel, roll 1d20, and we'll say roll. I'm trying to figure out how to word this because I don't want it to impact, right? Because like in this situation, this is a separate roll. So when attempting to dispel, roll. Actually, here's what we'll do. When a dispel is successful, that's the way to word it. A dispel is successful, roll an additional d20. If the total succeeds on a DC of 10 plus the dispelled spells. Well, man, there's just a lot of the word spell getting thrown out. It's kind of a convoluted description, but hang with me. I think it'll work. You can tell that I'm not actually a professional writer. I'm just some scrub that does this stuff because he's got too much creativity to just, like, sit on it all day. If the total succeeds on a DC of 10 plus the dispelled spells level, the imbued item absorbs the spell effect and may transfer transfer it to another target if done within 1 hour of the absorption. A little convoluted, but that's the idea. So it's like you've successfully dispelled. Now roll an additional d20. If that one also succeeds, then you actually absorb it. So it's like it's still a challenge, and like the harder, like the higher the level the spell is, the harder it is for the item to like soak it up, right? So it's going to be difficult to like, you know, really get like a, you know, command word kill or whatever going on with that. Whereas if it's just like a, you know, like a little cantrip that's like control water, it's like, okay, well, yeah, now that glove can like cause some ripple effects or whatever. It's like, yeah, that's going to be pretty easy to do because it's functionally very little difference between that and just like slapping the water that's the target. So I think that works. I think that works. A little convoluted in description, but I think functionally it's interesting and it's fun. So now if it's good, I like to offer it a little benefit. So so good, we'll say the item is very concerned about the safety of its owner. This is the idea that I have here. Maybe good, maybe not good. Like I said, I kind of like these to try and be, like, there are additional benefits, but I kind of like it to almost be a little bit neutral because, like, the flip side is that the item is kind of having a mind of its own. And so, like, what I'm thinking here is the item is very concerned about the safety of its owner. If the owner is the target of a negative magical effect, the item may self-cast to dispel the effect. So it's like the item like sees that you're there, and even if your intent is to be like, well, no, I can endure this, let's save the magical effect for something else, the item will be like, no, let me help you, and then like just tries to heal you, and you don't get a say in it. Which I think, like, you know, that's like a benefit because like if it's something that knocks you unconscious or whatever, it's like great, it'll do that, it'll self-cast and you're taken care of. And the idea, and my thought always too is with a self-cast, because basically the self-cast is me deciding when it decides, like when it wants to affect, you know, when it wants to cast, then like the flip side of it is it won't take up your action or your bonus action or whatever. It just does that of its own volition. So it's like, you know, it's a good thing, and it can be a good thing that'll save you, but also it can get in the way if the item's just like, if the item's like a doting grandma, and you're like, grandma, no, I can take it. The other guy needs more help. And they're like, no, I'm going to heal you. And it does that. It's like a doting parent or whatever. Actually, kind of like that idea for the voice. It's just got the voice of like an old lady. It's like, no, let me help. Son, small child, don't know how to take care of yourself. That's what grandmas are for. It's like takes on the personality. It believes it's your grandmother. That's the detraction really right there. You can't get rid of your grandmother. Grandma, I'm on a private date. Oh, and why didn't you take your gloves off, Grandma? Okay, it just got weird. I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna move on now. This one got a little too wacky here. All right. So then if it's evil, again, I always like to have it be like it has a negative impact on the enemies, right? And so this one's gonna be a hard one because you're not targeting an enemy with this one. You're really kind of targeting a friend, right? So it's like how could you have this somehow do something negative against? Oh, here's an idea. Bear with me. If you think it's stupid, let me know. The item is capable of knowing who cast the magic that is being dispelled. It will have a personal vendetta against that caster, and will give the user of the, we'll say its owner, its owner, advantage on the next attack. Give the owner advantage on, we'll say on their next attack if made against the caster of the Dispelled Magic. If not, if next attack is not against this caster, the owner has disadvantage on that, on the attack. So it's like it really wants you to do that. It's like, and so it's like, if you're willing to go ahead and try and exact said revenge, the thing, it will give you advantage because it's all about that. And if you don't do it, the thing's just really disappointed, and it's like, no, you're making a mistake, and it will like get in the way. So I kind of like that one because then like if you strategically use it, it's an advantage. But if you don't strategically use it, then it's like it can be a disadvantage. So again, it's kind of like, is it good, is it bad? It depends on how you use it. But it's a little convoluted. I feel like the reason that these are convoluted though is because we're like trying to differentiate between the caster of the item with Dispel Magic and the caster of the person who cast the spell being dispelled. And so there's just like every sentence involves like 4 different synonyms regarding caster and spell. And it makes things kind of confusing. So hopefully I worded it kind of clear. I don't know. It's good enough. The important thing is, it's my notes. I'm the one reading it. And so even if I don't remember what the hell I was trying to say later when I review this and need to use it for a game, I can just make it up as I go, and it's fine because it's my game, and I'm the boss and I'm the god of this game because it's my homebrew world. So really, that's the reason. That's the reason why I like being DM. It's not because I like to, give my friends a really fun experience, and it's not because I have all these creative ideas that I think could be really fun. It's because I have an ego, and I really want to be the one in charge of everything, and I need the world to bend to my will. So, and any DM who says that that's not the reason they want to be a DM is a liar. Bold claims. I'm making them. Hey, Bandit King. We're warming up our creative brains by just making some different rune versions of spells. It's kind of been my warm-up project, and then after that, we're going to work on our campaign a little bit. So right now, we're creating an item. We're creating an enchantment version of Dispel Magic, and I'm expressing also my power-tripping motivations behind being a DM. Which, again, anyone who says that they have different motivations for being a DM is just lying to you and quite possibly themselves. We're all egomaniacs. You have to assume if you're going to play God, you have to be willing to view yourself as God, right? Otherwise, how could you possibly be God? I am God. Stupid bit to commit to. All right, I want to go ahead and give an example item of this. I forgot to do that. My example item that I kind of been doing is like if it were a glove. Glove of Dispellation. Oh, it's a stupid name. Glove of Dispel. Would be a ding. I'm just like writing stories. Look at the finer details and its players. I mean, that's fine, but really, what I think you ought to do is recognize that deep in your heart, way down deep in your heart, you're a narcissist like the rest of us, and you really just want to cause people suffering, and this is the most legal way to do it. No, that's fair. That's fair. I actually like my foray into DMing is actually like I got into world building way before I ever got into Dungeons and Dragons, and it started like I tell the story all the time. It started when I like watched my sister play the original Myst game on PC like so many years ago. That was like back in the 90s, I swear. I'm pretty sure it was in the 90s. Yeah, it would have been the 90s. It would have been the 90s if I'm just thinking about the timeline. And I was just fascinated with the concept of a world existing within a book. So I just like, it kind of became a hobby of mine to occasionally just like write down settings and scenes and worlds and just imagining what it would be like to be into them. Like to fall into the book, just like in the game. And then one day someone introduced me to D&D and I was like, you're telling me I can have other people fall into my written worlds? And it just kind of snowballed from there. It just kind of went from there. So, and like, if I'm not saying a bit for the sake of being entertaining on stream, like I actually really do. My favorite part about DMing is watching my players have tons of fun with a game and and like I have tons of fun watching them face challenges and succeeding. So that's the DMing version of why I love D&D, right? That's like the D&D version of why I love DMing, and the creative side of it is because I love world building. And so the two just kind of wed together and make me the DM, which is great. So it's like the perfect hobby for me. I love it. I absolutely love it. It's kind of, it's kind of the same concept as how I love, like I'm as a hobbyist, I'm a Muay Thai kickboxer, and it's like, for me, it's like actually competing as a kickboxer. Like I do it for the sake of the experience. I just had a fight not too long ago. But really my passion is coaching, because I love examining and studying the sport, right? More than I'm a mediocre practitioner. I'm average. I'm okay when it comes to actually doing it, but I love studying it. And so from an outside perspective, I love examining what makes a fighter good and how to like do a technique perfectly. And then the other side of it, why I love like coaching, is just a really good position for me at my gym, because I love watching people who don't know how to do something suddenly have that like light bulb moment of figuring it out. And I love watching my teammates and like the people that I coach succeeding and winning, at fights and like getting belts and medals and stuff like that. Like I love seeing them succeed at that kind of stuff. I love watching other people overcome those challenges. And it's like, boy, oh boy, what a manifestation of that to be a kickboxing coach. So, it all kind of plays in. That's just my personality. If I'm being genuine about it and not making gags for the sake of convincing you that I'm a funny guy. Oh, Lordy. But yeah, no, it's all about the world building. I love doing that, and it's like half the reason why I have this ongoing project of slowly, one spell at a time, turning them into an enchantment thing, because I love seeing my players be able to create the items and the characters that they specifically want to play, right? I don't want to just be like, well, the closest you can get to having a magical sword is this +2 sword of chopping. It's like, no, man, if they want to have like a freaking avatar sword that has like an ice, like a water, a fire, an earth, and an air power or something like that, it's like, hell yeah, let's create that. Like there's going to be cost to it, but boy, oh boy, that sounds rad. Let's do that. And hence this project is there, so that players can like find these items or research them or whatever and create whatever item they want. And it's just so much fun. I love it. I love it. Absolutely love it. Anywho. The Glove of Dispel. I like the Glove of Dispel because it's close to the Glove of Despair, but not quite. And like people would think of Despair, but it's Dispel. I don't know. It's not like the Glove of Despair is something. Maybe it is. I don't know. OJ's glove. Ooh, is that too controversial for me to say? It causes a lot of despair for a lot of people, no matter what side of that argument you land on. That's the reason I'm willing to make that joke, because it doesn't claim anything. Everyone agrees that damn glove. Should let that one drop. Glove of Dispel. And so what we'll say, just like let's see here. So, and now just to kind of like clarify too. So I've created rules for this thing too, right? And so like I have rules on like what the general, if the glove does fit, your magic ain't shit. That is the slogan. That is the slogan of the Glove of Despair. I love that. Out punned on my own stream. I ain't even mad about it. That's an excellent one. That's great. So I have like rules about like how rare, because I like to kind of create just like a stock example of a magical item, so that way if players aren't into, like, they don't want to have to try and research spells, like, because they just don't have time in their own personal lives to research spells like in a meta sense about like, oh, what would their character be interested in. It's like, okay, fine, like tell me what types of things you want your character to do, and then I'll give them items for it. If players aren't into crafting or anything like that, because different groups will want different things. I kind of give an example of an item, so then I can kind of use it as a framework of like how it could turn into just an item that I give them, just to give them a wider variety of magical items. But then at each level, obviously, like a level 9 thing is going to be more rare than a cantrip type thing. So I kind of created this hierarchy for myself to kind of keep things, kind of consistent there. If it helps, I think most Americans have roughly a similar amount of knowledge about the actual intricacies of that case. Like people remember and understand news sound bites, not the actual finer points of any sort of case. Case in point, watch literally any news coverage of a trial and then actually research the trial and recognize which one the average person has a stronger understanding of, right? Like that's just how media works nowadays. media works. And that's one of the reasons why I love streaming. It really plays into that ego trip I think I was talking about. I can influence your brains. I'm the one with a microphone here. Ha Sorry. That was a little, I pulled the curtain back a little too much on that one. What I mean to say is I have your best interests in mind. And you should really just trust me because look at me. I'm such a likable guy. Come on, man. See, I don't know where I'm coming from. It's like, how much of that was realistic? How much of that is fake? How much of that was realistic without him meaning for it to be realistic? Our heads are exploding right now. Mine just exploded 3 times over. You didn't even see it. Level 3 spells, like we're working on. These are vanity equipment is the way I describe them. These items are unique enough that to a small town, having one would be a very notable point of fame. Think about a small town where that one guy who made it to the minor leagues comes back from time to time in a Corvette. Not remarkable among the rich and the famous, but a status symbol among the rabble, right? So it's like that example kind of hits home for me as a guy who came from a pretty small town. Every once in a while, you have someone who kind of made it big, right? It's like, for us, it's like that one person who made it to a college, soccer team or whatever, or I guess football team if you're from the UK and, have more traditional titles about things. I'm not even going to sit here about what's right or wrong. It's just that's how language works. Soccer/football. If you're, the one guy who plays, I guess it works either way. College sports team, and they come back to town and everyone's like, oh, that guy's a hero. He played Division I college ball. And everyone's like, what a hero. And then like the NFL people would be like, yeah, so did like millions of other people. Not that big of a deal, right? So it's like it might be a big deal, but it's more about your perspective. So it's like these items can be ordered from a specialty store or maybe found on the shelves in a big city. But it's like it's in the shop of who would know what suppliers to contact. So it's like it would be a special order thing that a shop could have this item. These items don't really have special names, but definitely are something that would only be made and sent where the demand is, right? So it's like it's not going to have like special names are kind of more like Lord Firebird's wings of flying. It's like named after a single person. No, these are just like it's a Glove of Dispel, right? Even if they call it by a different name, it's like maybe that's like the on brand point, the on brand one, and then the Spartan brand version is the Dispel glove, and so it's like that one has like cheaper packaging, but they're made in the same factory. It's whatever. So when we kind of think about that, I use that as kind of like, okay, when we're trying to describe this generic item here, a somewhat standard item for shop owners who specialize in enchantments, similar to a locksmith also having the tools to pick a lock if necessary, right? So it's like, this is the type of item that someone who like is, again, like they're an enchanter and they work in town and they people might come to them and be like, look, my son, turns out he's got some magical abilities, doesn't really know how to control them, turned our cat green, and we'd really just like our cat to be back to being a tortoiseshell. Okay, can you handle this? And he's like, I got the thing. And he just takes the glove out and he's like, yep, we'll dispel this, that'll be 20 gold. Right? And it's like that's the level this item would be. Like the average person doesn't have it at home. Right? The average person, maybe a hobbyist, might try and seek one out just because they think it's cool. But the average person isn't going to have it at home. But it's not like you see this item and you're like, whoa, that's like a rare item. It's kind of more like, oh yeah, this guy's good at what he does. He clearly has the tools for it. It's like that level of item. That level of item. So, okay. So just had to take care of that formality of having our sample item. Now there's one other thing we have to do with this particular thing. And this is kind of one of my favorites. If the players are enchanting an item with this spell, and they maybe accidentally curse the item. Happens. So here's what my thought is. Automatically behaves as if it were imbued at 9th level. Level. So we'll say, and automatically dispel any spell. So that's the benefit. So like for cursed items, just to say it all up front, I always like to have a cursed item be like a very powerful version of that item, but there's also like a very noticeable drawback. And the idea is that I want it to be something that, like, if someone knows that it's cursed, like if they're aware that it's cursed, they might still think to themselves, like, is it worth it? It might be worth it. It might be worth it, right? Like they'll still think about, like, maybe like give them like even if they know that it's cursed and there's going to be a negative effect, have the positive effect be so powerful that they're like, maybe I can live with that, or maybe I can just like be really careful and control the bad effect. That's always my goal with these, and like it's an imperfect goal because it's going to depend on the person using the item and their sensibilities. But you know, that's what the target is. So the good thing is, like, no matter what effort you put into there, the cursed item is like, oh no, it will dispel anything. But here's what my thought is. Gets restless if not used in over 2 days. If this happens, it will then automatically dispel the effects of the next magical thing it touches, right? So if you've got that glove and it's like you haven't used it in 4 days, and that thing is just like itching to dispel something, it's like a kid with pica, right? Where it's like it can't resist, it needs to do it, right? So it's like you do that, and the next time someone hands you like, oh, but like you're in a store, right, looking at items, and someone's like, ah, yes, this is our rarest item ever. It's worth 10,000 gold. It's the magical sword of instant killing. It will instantly kill anything that it touches. And then the person's like, oh, I want to see how that feels. And they pick it up and they dispel it. And it's like suddenly, oh, you broke it, you bought it, right? It's like that idea. Or, you know, if you haven't used it and then you pull out your +1 sword, then it's like, uh-oh. You know, so that's the idea. So it's like, maybe someone who thinks it can impact it, or someone who could even like intentionally cast a spell and then dispel it and remembers to do that, they might think like, oh yeah, I can control this. But then if I, the DM, am aware of that, like I can just kind of like quietly keep track of that. And if ever a situation arises, you know, and someone's like, okay, oh yeah, no, I'm gonna pick up that you know, greater healing potion to use, I can be there and be like, hey, you picked that up, but let me ask you something. When was the last time you dispelled something? And have them be like, you know, like they realize they've already committed to picking it up and they didn't remember. It's like, you know, that kind of thing. So it's like, I feel like this is the type of thing, because they've got a couple days, people could find loopholes and make it work, so they'd have this really powerful item. But if they slip up, ooh, that could be bad. And then, of course, what it takes to remove always be removed magically. If owner tries to remove or abandon the item, they are themselves cursed and can no longer cast magic or use magical items. So if they try to get rid of it, ooh, that's gonna be real bad news. So they really have to work on like dispelling that stuff. Like they have to really, you know, it's like the irony there is like if someone else has a dispel glove, like, hey, there you go, magically use it. Like that's the fun part about it. But because it behaves as if we're at the 9th level, got to get a good roll for it. But yeah, I don't know. I like this. I think this is actually a good curse. This is a situation in which I actually really like this curse a lot better than just like the standard sentience and stuff. I think this is a good curse. I think this would be a fun item to just see the chaos it invokes, because if you haven't picked up from my personality, you know, in my streams or anything, when it comes to DM or really just D&D in general, the more chaotic things are, particularly in battle, the more in heaven I am. Like I absolutely live for the chaos in battle. I love wild magic. I love it when people have spells going this way and that way and this way and that way, and there's like area effect spells all kind of intermingling with each other, and different people are getting attacked by different people, and this guy's possessed and he's attacking his teammates, and this guy's confused and dizzy, and this guy's blind and he has no... I love it. I love it. The more chaos there is, the better. And this one definitely seems like it could sow a lot of chaos depending on how things pan out. So, good item. good item. I like it. I like it. Spent a long time on that one, but honestly, I kind of like the way it came out. I'm pleased with it. Okay, I'm going to take just like a quick like 2-minute break. I need to run to the bathroom. I'm going to refill my drink here. Coffee's gone. Time to move on to something else. But I'll be right back in just a minute. We're going to keep going. I think because I spent so much time on this one, we're just going to do this one thing, and I'm going to slide over I'm going to slide over and probably work on the campaign, unless, like, that's really going to make everyone super sad. If it's going to make you really super sad, like, say it in here, and, like, we can work on this some more. But either way, I'm going to be back, and we're going to work on more stuff. Sid Le Goblin. I don't know if you pronounce it French. Le Goblin. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're having a good time. I'll be right back. Let me know if you think it's stupid for me to go on to the campaign, or if you want to do one of this. I don't care. Either way, I just love creating stuff. I'll be right back. I'm back. And I'm tangled in the cords. Also, I need to turn down my... If you haven't noticed, my chair has a blanket over it. This isn't just a regular blanket. This blanket here is a heated blanket. Anyone who's looking for a brilliant way to upgrade their system, and if you're like me, who you're cold all the damn time, put an electric blanket on your chair and have it plugged in and ready to go at all times. Because then you have, like, you know how awesome heated seats, like having butt warmers in your car is? You know how rad that is? In your gaming chair. All the time. All the time. It's one of the best ideas I've ever had. One of the best ideas I've ever had. Only thing you got to be careful of, is you get a little too, get a little too overzealous with it, right? And you turn it on just a little too high when you're sitting there and it's not actually that cold. You run the risk of getting that butt sweat. So just like, you know, I gotta adjust mine right now because I can feel myself getting a little bit of the booty sweat going on there. I gotta be careful of that. That's more information than anyone ever wanted. But just like throwing that out there. If you're looking for a good way to upgrade, if you really want to upgrade your system, then like that's the way to do it. That's the one right there, my friends. That's the one right there. Anyways, now that we're done talking about the various moisture levels of my butt. Ooh, I regret saying it like that. That's way worse than just saying booty sweat. I'm sorry. Either way, now that we're done talking about it, let's go ahead and work on our campaign a little bit. Work on our campaign. We've been making really good progress with this lately. And I'm stoked about continuing this thing. So our campaign, just to kind of do a quick overview, let me pull up some of the other resources and components of this here. which is to say, let me open up some of our maps. I want to get, let's see here. We need to get this map maybe. Let's just get the whole thing, and I'll just give the Cliff Notes version of the campaign that we're working on. We need that map. We need, what else we need? We need this map. We need this map. And then let's also open up the dungeon that we're working on. I don't know that we'll actually work on the dungeon itself today. Or the dungeon map itself today. We are working on the dungeon, but we're kind of working on the written parts of it at the moment. I think it's... Yeah, this must be the one that we were working on. Let's see here. Is that the one? Yep, this is the one. This is the one we were working on. Okay. So let's hold on. Let me minimize all these things here. We'll get back to it. Give me a second. I want to get there. Yeah, so actually the one I want to have open right now is this one. So we're working on a campaign. It's a campaign that's going to run players. It's built to run a group of roughly 5 players from level 1 to level 10. That's the campaign we're working on. It takes place in my homebrew world. This is the world of Zeoria here. This is the world. This is a world that I have been working on and off for years and years. And it's just like it just constantly grows and it becomes more involved. And this is where I run all my games. I run them all in this little world here. It's a post-apocalyptic world. And the way I describe this type of Pokepostalypse? That sounds almost like religious. Pokepostals. Like polkas and polka. They play lots of accordion with cut time beats on the drums. No. This particular post-apocalypse is one in which so the best way to explain it is like all of the different realms of existence have kind of been thrown out of whack. So if you can imagine all of the different realms, mortal, plane, ethereals, the elementals, right? All of those different planes that exist, they're all there, but they all kind of like overlay in the same place of existence. Kind of like if you had a jar with different liquids and solids of various densities, right? I don't know if you ever did that experiment, right, as a kid, but it's like you can have one, like you can have a layer of oil, a layer of water, you can have a layer of ice, you can have different like sediments down at the bottom, and it kind of creates this layered effect if you just let it all sit there and percolate over time, right? It's like that density type of thing. The apocalyptic event called the unhinging in my world is like if someone took that jar and shook it all up, so that everything kind of went haywire, all of the different realms got mishmashed together. You ended up with all kinds of like tears and openings between realms and all that kind of stuff. Everything just kind of went to hell in a handbasket, right? So that's the post-apocalyptic world. It's the post-unhinging world. And in that process, there were just a handful of cities that kind of were fortified and populous enough to survive the chaos that caused, because those rips in reality are kind of the source of all of the various bizarro magical creatures that roam the world, right? And so it's like that's kind of my lore's reason of why all these weird mythical creatures exist. Particularly horrible elemental monsters that just like live in mountains of the mortal plane and stuff like that. Like that's kind of how it all happened. The campaign that we're working on right now takes place over here in this hex right here. And the basic premise of like what's happening is our players are part, or at least they start off as part of a group that is trying to navigate and build a new trade route between Osvik and Mofafetting, 2 of the fortified cities, right? So time is passing, those layers are starting to repercolate a little bit, right? So things are getting a bit more sane, but it's still pretty dangerous out there. It's sane enough for people to try and like recreate old trade routes and create new trade routes and stuff like that. But it's still dangerous enough that it requires a lot of like special adventures to do that. So our adventurers are part of that effort to kind of build that road that is kind of going, it's made it to about here. And that's where this map comes in. So this is the overall region that our players are playing in, right? This kind of forward town of Novotrokladny has been created for our players to sort of have like a city with shops and stuff that they can go back and forth to. But it starts off with them being right here with the forward base. This is the progress that's been made. It's a process to try and slowly like navigate a safe route, trying to avoid particularly dangerous regions, regions that still have lots of lots of monsters and everything that are still present and everything. You know, so it's a process, it's a slow process. Our players are working their way down, south, and they get confronted by a dragon who has sort of over the time when humans were not very active in this part of the world, sort of laid claim to the region of this, to sort of this plains region over here, the Golden Wind Plains. So this is that dragon's domain, and it's not super duper stoked about, you know, all of these humanoid creatures coming in and doing stuff, because, you know, he's researched his history, he's pretty old, and he's kind of aware of things, and he knows that usually when humanoids show up, things like war and destroying the environment show up. It happens, but he's not stoked about it. So he shows up and he's all like, "Oi, get out of here. Go on, get." And they're all like, "Look, dude, we're just trying to create a trade route. Like, our cities are suffering. We want to do this." The dragon's like, "Look, okay, all right. Maybe we can cut a deal. I'm trying to get into this Hall of Wisdom, but it's locked up. There's 4 keys. I don't know where they are, and I'm too busy to go search for myself. If you can bring me those 4 keys, we'll consider it a trade. You guys can create your trade route, and you guys can, like, travel in between here. You know, like, you can travel north and south through my plains. It's fine. Just get me into that Hall of Wisdom." Because what our players don't know, but what the dragon does know. The dragon doesn't know where the keys are, but he knows within that Hall of Wisdom is this special item that we've kind of taken some time to flesh out. Basically, it's a mirror that can be used to look back at, like, any time in history, any time and place in history, and know what happened. And the idea was this magical item was created to be basically like a mirror of hindsight, right? So it's like if someone's going to do something, you can look back in history to know, like, has this been done before? What happened with that? And so the dragon's thought is kind of like, look, if they get me into that and I can have control of this mirror, then I can really use that to know if their actions are going to cause more problems, and then I can just, like, kind of clean up as I need to as I go along. That's what the dragon's thinking, right? Players don't know this at the time. They'll kind of have the opportunity to learn some of that stuff as they go through, so then they can decide if they want to help the dragon or try and stop the dragon to claim it for themselves. And that's kind of part of the campaign as it goes. The part of the campaign that we're at right now, right, so the dragon offers that opportunity. Our players, being good, peaceable players who understand the concept of accepting the call to adventure, will say, like, great, we'll do that, as opposed to saying no and then dying to a dragon at level 1. They'll be like, okay, we'll do that. So our players will go back to the city, start doing some research. They'll find that the first key is hidden among the giants that live up in the mountain peaks there. So they gotta go up and they gotta navigate the giants. There's some friendly giants, some not so friendly giants. You know, there's like a BFG up there, but then there's some not so BFGs. Or some B not so FGs is what it'd be. They're like big, not so friendly giants. Because it's not that they're not so big. They're still big. They're giants, right? If anything, it's the friendly ones that are not so big. Because, like, the lore that I did is, like, the friendly giants were sort of the rejects of the giant tribes, and the reason they were rejected is because they were too small. And so, like, in my world, that's kind of how the Goliaths came to be. At any rate, that's all deep cut stuff that we don't need to go over right now. They find the first key among the giants. Go back here, do some research, find the second key among the abandoned, there it is, among the abandoned dwarven village down here. It's not a village, it's like a big giant city. They go down there, find that it's actually now overrun with Duragar. Tends to happen when a bunch of, like, negative magical radiation impacts dwarves that were trapped in a city when the end of the world happened. Shit happens, you know, and an evil race of dwarves is created. Fine. It's whatever. Our players deal with it. You get the second key, go back, do some research, and that's kind of where we're at now in terms of writing. Our players have learned that the third key is going to be up in the abandoned elven village of Ashra Nalor. That one is going to be a real fun horror fest, and I'm really excited to do that one, because it's going to be like basically in a forest that's eternally at night, and they're never once going to actually interact with because it's now, like, it's kind of the same thing as what happened with the Duragar. Elves that couldn't escape when the unhinging happened were stuck there and then impacted by the magic, and they kind of became the dark elves, the drow, right? And so it's like there's these drow here, but what they do is, rather than doing the whole, like, oh, we're evil people, you know, or, oh, we're misunderstood, what they are is they see, like, strangers coming and they're like, great, we can use them for our usual ritualistic sacrifices. That'll please the gods. But the way they do it is they, like, stay completely out of sight. And so it's like a very Blair Witch type of thing, where it's like players kind of go into what seems like just a normal abandoned forest village, and then it just, like, completely descends further and further into just this horror fest of them getting, like, trapped into more and more horrifying situations. That's what it's going to be. So in the meantime, we're giving them something a little bit more lighthearted, which is their adventure here in Minadala, which is what we're writing right now. Because what they're going to find is, okay, the option to get there is either you have to go back through giant territory, you have to find and blaze your own trail through the mountains, which is not very well advised, or you can go to Minadala and hope that the original, there was once a network of teleportation circles, and they can try and use one of those to get to Ashur Nalor. And so they're going to Minadala, which then, if we're at that point of explaining our campaign, we can pull up the Minadala map, right? So they get to the city. It's an abandoned city, just like pretty much every city there. It's all kind of been laid to waste. And this one is a much more lighthearted thing, just to give players a bit of a break from things that are too dark and serious, since that's exactly what they're about to go towards. And this one is basically just like a city that's overrun with safari animals, right? So it's like they had to go through, like we've designed, they had to go through a market that at one point is overrun with rhinos, and then another one is overrun with a herd of elephants, and they just have to try and figure out how to do that. Because what happens is they show up here, and they find that the wizard who was in charge of all of those things, all of those teleportation circles, is somehow miraculously still alive. And basically what's happened is, like, he offered to stay back in the city to try and keep the city safe, so that everyone who had to leave the city could come back and hopefully have a safe place to return to, because no one knew how long the unhinging, no one really knew what was going on with the unhinging. No one really understood that this was an end of the world event. People thought that, like, wow, there's some dangerous monsters about, right? And so they kind of left to be someplace where there weren't giant monsters killing everyone, you know, within a city block every day. And the wizard stayed there, and he sort of started really delving into some really dark magics to keep himself alive. Kind of caused him to go crazy. The teleportation circles have been damaged. He's willing to help them rebuild it, and so he keeps sending them back into the city to find more things that he can use to recreate the teleportation circles. It's going to be one of them fun little things where, like, on the surface, he's just really irritating and maddening because he keeps sending them on more stuff rather than saying, like, okay, here's a list of everything I need, go get it. It's like every day they got to go back and they got to do new stuff. And, you know, it's one of those things where they don't really realize how much of a tragic character he is just because he's also an insane, frustrating character. That's what we're working on. So this whole thing is going to be a much more lighthearted approach. The part of it that we've been working on now, so here's the dungeon map for this next part. They're going into a house that's kind of like half crumbled and destroyed, and that's what we can kind of see right here. It's like this big mansion. They just have to find a really valuable gem, right? As part of the process for the wizard to recreate the teleportation circle, he needs to sacrifice certain, like, monetary value. So he's like, okay, there's these rich people that live over there. You know, they've got some big giant gems worth, like, you know, millions of gold there. Go get me some gems. You know, go get this one gem in particular that they probably have, like, hidden somewhere because it's a family heirloom. Bring that back and we can use that, right? And so the player's like, okay, off we go. Go to this thing, find out that, like, half of the house, the first floor just sort of crumbled. And so we've got this, like, situation where they go in there and, like, this left side of the house is the first floor. This side of the house is the second floor. There's no way to get up to the rest of the second floor. And this second floor is now kind of down where the first floor is. So it's just, like, kind of this fun, unique way of setting up a mansion, like, and invoking the sense of it being a larger mansion, despite the fact that there is a smaller, you know, footprint for it. And so that's kind of what we're working on right now. And this one, when it comes to, like, the wild animals that are all present and everything in here, there is a herd of wild horses that have kind of, like, taken up residence here, right? Because, like, since there's all this damage here, they can easily kind of go into this large ballroom and just kind of have a sheltered place to live and stay, right? They can kind of go over here too into the main entranceway and everything. And so they're kind of just the horses are living in and among here. Wild horses, if you're not familiar, get a little territorial. So it's all like, okay, yeah, you need to get in here, but now you got to deal with these territorial horses. And so it's up to the players how they want to do that. But that's the kind of the challenge, the situation that we're building right now. So here on our notes page, we've kind of come up with a couple rooms here, and we've sort of predetermined what is going to be in each room. Each room I always try to do, like, I like to set up my dungeons in a pretty formulaic way, which can seem a little samey. I have some ways that I mix it up from time to time, but really I kind of like the dungeons to have a formula, because I kind of like my players to sort of understand when they're kind of transferring from the roleplay theater of the mind type of things to the, okay, you are now in dungeon crawl territory. You can sort of change your mindset to approaching this as more of a dungeon crawl if that's how you want to do it. I like doing that. And the other reason that I keep it as sort of a formula is that helps me make sure that I'm putting the right amounts and levels of challenge into each dungeon, so that way, like, as players are leveling up and everything, the world is kind of leveling up in appropriate ways with them, both in terms of there are some areas within a chapter that are going to be very easy for our players to handle, so that way they can just enjoy the fact that they're leveling up and getting new powers, and they can just kind of, just destroy whatever they want to and kind of enjoy that. But then there are other areas that are going to be very difficult for them at their current level. And the other thing about it, too, is it's a system that I've used for a while and does seem to work pretty well, at least the way I run my games, at keeping things balanced appropriately for our players and their levels, right? So it's like there are plenty of areas where they can just absolutely smoke whatever is there and have no problem, but then they get to like the boss battle of a particular chapter, so this chapter being the chapter in Minadala, they can eventually get to like the final boss battle and be like in a situation where they'll probably find themselves at risk of, being knocked unconscious at least a couple times, depending on how dice roll, right? It's like, it's a very realistic risk that they can do that, but it's also very realistic that they can overcome it as long as they are responsible and intelligent with their abilities and all that kind of stuff. So that's why I kind of keep it formulaic there. Again, that may not be the right system for everyone. It really depends on your group and your DMing style. For me, this works very well. People seem to enjoy it. It makes it easier for me to write things because it gives me an idea, like it gives me a template to know what should go in places, but like by just using a loose template that's kind of built around challenge rating, player level, and all that kind of stuff. The flip side is then like if all I'm trying to do is fit like certain mechanical parameters as far as flavor and design goes, I can really do whatever I want. So it's a good balance for the way I write. So, grain of salt. If you're a DM looking for ideas, use it as a source of ideas. Anything that serves you and your style, I give you 100. I don't just give you permission. I encourage you to steal away and use it all. If it doesn't serve you, then let it go. Let it go. Won't hold me back anymore. Whatever the song is, I don't know. It's not 2011 or what? No, it was like 2015 that song was like super big. 2014. I don't know. Frozen was an awesome movie. Then that song got overplayed, and then no one listens to it anymore. Now no one remembers the lyrics. That's the joke I'm making right now. It's funny because I explained it. I would do so well at stand-up explaining every joke. It would be perfect. Okay. So room 3 here. The way I like to write these things is I kind of like to. I kind of switched it up. I used to like write a room and then design it in the map building tool. I found that I'm more productive if I just like write up all of the rooms and then go in and decorate them. But I still refer back and forth to kind of understand which room is going to be which, right? So we've already kind of worked on rooms 1 and 2, with room 1 being the kitchen. That's right, I forgot I did that. I like to, when I'm writing my notes, I've got my challenge and I've got the reward that each room kind of has. I've kind of predetermined which room is going to have what. Sometimes I do it randomly. Sometimes I specifically set things up depending on what the dungeon needs. But then I also like to, so the way I situate things is the stuff in black is stuff that I can just like read aloud. So that way if I'm DMing at any given time and I'm just not feeling very poetic in my language and I'm having a hard time just coming up with ways to explain and describe rooms off the top of my head, I've got something that I can just read. So even though it'll feel a little scripted because it is scripted and I'm reading, at the very least that way if I've had a long day and I'm supposed to be trying to DM, like that way I'm not just like being really crappy about stuff and I can at least read something that will give players the gist of it and it'll kind of get me in the right headspace for it without having to push myself there, if that makes sense. So I always do that. But this one I was just feeling particularly snarky towards myself. And room 1 is a kitchen. So as I described, it's a kitchen. And it's the safe room. So like I say, I give pretty much every room, some sort of danger, whether it's a battle, a puzzle, a trap, something. Although I like to occasionally toss in a safe room. 1, for the misdirect to just make my players panic, and 2, for a reward so that players can be like, yeah, you know what, you found an easy room. So since I don't have to describe a danger, it's just like, yeah, you open the door, it's a kitchen. You found a kitchen. Which is just not my style at all, as you can see with my other descriptions. So we have our kitchen, and we have the ballroom kind of figured out here. I'm going to bring these over just a little closer, because that is just easier for moving the mice between stuff. It's just like the laziest thing I could do. It's flicking my wrist like 3 centimeters. The only way I could be lazier, I don't know if I could be lazier, because any alternative method of controlling things would probably take more effort than flicking my wrist on a mouse. I don't know. I'm not a role model. Don't look at me as an example of how to do things properly, because I'm a lazy asshole. So we've kind of got the kitchen and the ballroom figured out. Room 3 right here. So this is kind of meant to be like the rubble pile and or like the hallway for this, or at least this section of hallway from floor 2 that collapsed down, right? Because this is our collapse line, where this is actually floor 2, but it's lying on top of a smashed floor 1. So it's kind of more like it's just a, 70s style elevated living room or something over here. And so this is kind of the transition period. So this is really just going to be a big rubble pile. Because functionally, the way it's designed, you can't really see it. But the way I've designed it is you can see there are chunks of wall here, right? There's a chunk of wall that goes there, chunk of wall that goes there, chunk of wall that goes there. And I just put archways there so players can kind of see through. But there are some piles of like pillars and wall that are still kind of standing at odd angles over top of the rubble. And then like there's kind of crushed and crumbled wall here. So I just kind of tried to set it up so that there's like a demarcation kind of here, but also not really. I don't know. We'll see. This is one of those things where you just kind of have to see how it pans out. This is all for playing online. My group, I DM for a group. I'm not actually writing this campaign for my group right now because sometimes they pop in and watch my streams, so I don't want to give away secrets about what's coming up for them. But I play online primarily just because that's an easier way to get everyone to be able to like commit to one night a week or something like that. If we can all just like sit down at our computers for a couple hours every Monday night, right? So we play online, and I use the Foundry virtual tabletop, which works really nicely with Dungeon Draft here. And like the walls are like it manages line of sight, and walls will block line of sight, and arches will let you go through like it's a doorway or something. So I really like setting things up like this because it kind of adds that extra challenge of like there might be an enemy standing right there. You don't know until you go over there and figure it out. And I really like the way it kind of it kind of confuses, it blurs the line between like real and meta, right? Now like player knowledge and meta knowledge, or character knowledge and meta knowledge, right? Because like it can be hard to recognize like, oh, my character isn't aware that there's something hiding right here if my character's right there, if you as a player can see the little dot right there. So it kind of stops things from, like, there's a certain amount of metagaming that's just really hard to avoid with traditional approaches. But when you can have line of sight that kind of blocks that guy, right? If you didn't know that guy was there, there's no reason for your character to know. There's no reason for you to be aware. So I can have the stuff there ready to go. And I like doing it. But that's kind of why I've designed it the way I have. Because I want this to be kind of a hard to see through pile of rubble, because that's where, like, the house kind of collapsed on itself. So as far as like an area goes for describing the area, I'm just going to kind of describe a generalized rubble pile. So we're going to call this this is a puzzle room here. We're going to have to come up with some sort of puzzle, but we're just going to really quickly, this area is a complete mess. It is the quote fault line of where the second story of the east wing of the mansion, the mansion collapsed on the first floor. This particular area is mostly just a pile of rubble at this point, with a few chunks of wall still standing by pure luck. The parts that remain intact of the second floor appear to be a hallway that connects to what you might guess. Wow, my fingers are struggling with the typing today. They are clumsy. It was a long weekend. Let's see here. Connects to what you might guess are bedrooms. So now the puzzle here. So the way I like to do puzzles and traps, the way I sort of in my brain differentiate them is puzzles are things that you choose to interact with for the sake of either a reward, like for the sake of a reward in exchange for facing danger, right? So a puzzle doesn't have to explicitly be, you know, a locked room or a riddle or something like that. A puzzle can be, so like in this situation, I would consider a puzzle to be perhaps part of the rubble here is you notice that there's an armoire or like a chest that's ornamented or a jewelry box, right? Like we could really bait our players by saying, you see what looks to be a jewelry box in some of the rubble. And so the puzzle is that, like, you know, what I'm thinking the puzzle will be is that the puzzle, or the rubble that this thing is under is kind of precarious. Like it's precariously underneath a very heavy chunk of brick wall. And if you just bump, you know, the bit of, you know, maybe it's like it just fell and it's propped up on like a wooden, well, what am I trying to say? Like a wooden beam that would like be a ceiling beam or something like that. And so a chunk of that, it's like kind of propped up there, but it seems to be balanced pretty precariously. So if you accidentally knock the beam around while you're trying to pull the jewelry box out, you could crush yourself and the chest, right? So that's the idea. So like I would consider that to be a puzzle because you could just sidestep that, not have to deal with it, and so you don't face the challenges, but you also don't get the reward. A trap is something that happens to you. You might have the chance to see and avoid it, but a trap is something that will happen to you if you're not paying close attention, and the reward is simply avoiding the danger. So it's almost like a trap is the world attacking you, whereas a puzzle is the world defending itself from you, interacting with it. Like that makes it sound a bit more combative than it necessarily is, but that's kind of how I think about it. So when I'm thinking about a puzzle for this one, you know, it's like, what would a puzzle be in a big rubble pile? You know, it's like, because if you're thinking about puzzle in a more traditional thing, you'd be thinking of like, you know, it's like, well, if the walls are ruined, how do I have a hidden door in a wall or something like that, you know? So you have to kind of broaden your perspective on what a puzzle or what a trap is. But once you kind of get used to broadening your perspective, it makes it a lot easier to have a wide variety of things for your players to interact with. So I'm going to go ahead and actually commit to the idea of there being what appears to be. And like I say, the jewelry box is a good bait for the players here because they are trying to get a particularly expensive jewel from this house. So they see a jewelry box, especially if they see it in the pile of rubble, which might be one of the first places they enter in through, right? Because this whole wall is all just archways that's opened up for them, and they can just kind of go in here. And so if they see that there is a jewelry box under the pile, they might be like, oh geez, that might be the easiest thing ever, we should go grab that. So I'm kind of baiting the players into it, but you know, I'm the one creating challenge. It's my job to get them in trouble. It's their job to get away from it. So yeah, that's what I want to do. But I'm gonna make this a little challenging for them. So first off, I'm gonna set it DC. When I put red, that's like me putting a DM note. So that way, as I'm reading things and reviewing it, because I might not run this campaign for years. You know, you never know. I'm not running it right now. Maybe years before I run it to anyone. It's like, you know, until I find the right group of players that are interested in this type of setup. You know, you never know. So I always like to put in little DM notes for myself so I can kind of remember what I'm thinking and remember mechanically how to handle stuff. But I always put that in red. So that way I can be like, players, so like the chain of events, right? The way I handle things is like, when I'm playing a game, I'll be like, you know, we'll be looking at the map and players are like, okay, we're going to move over to room number 3 now. Yeah, we want to go over there. I can be like, okay, great, room number 3. Okay, black, stuff in black font. Read this stuff out loud. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, there's red thing here. That means there's something that I, as the DM, need to be aware of, but I don't want to say that out loud. So we're going to say, for this one, DC 12 to notice the jewelry box half hidden under the precariously positioned rubble, right? So we can kind of put that there. So I'm like, that alerts me as I'm kind of going along and reading these things to be like, oh, this is DM stuff. Do not read this stuff out loud and handle this stuff, right? So I do the DC 12 to notice it. So it's like, that's my cue to say, okay, I need them to roll. Like, or if they, like, a lot of times for these types of things, what I'll say is like, yeah, we'll read this and I'll say DC 12 to notice the jewelry box half hidden under precariously positioned rubble. If I were to put the gem that they need to find in that jewelry box and they had to do it, I would either set it as passive perception or I would get rid of this DM note at all, like altogether, and read the next part. Because if it's a critical part of the mission, you don't want to hide that behind something that they can fail. Right, you might still, like, you still keep the trap there, maybe, right? You can still keep the puzzle, right, the challenge there, but do not hide it behind something that they could fail. Because if they all roll a 2 and Noah notices it, then crap, you need to throw an audible, or you need to double back and admit to them that, you know, you need to have them double back and keep trying, and then admit to them that they could have never actually failed it, and that just kind of pulls the curtain back a little too much. So, but because I'm not doing that, we're going to go ahead and do a DC 12 to have them notice it, right? A really good one to do is like have passive perception, and you set the passive perception at a number. So, because most groups will have a couple different passive perceptions. So you just set it at the level that'll make it so some of them notice and not all of them. And that could be a really good way to add some challenge to finding it without it being failable. Because the way they might fail it is if not everyone enters that area or they bypass the area altogether, right? So it's like if the people who are capable of noticing it don't walk in there, they won't notice it. And so then when they come back, if they then notice it, if they then try to get on your case as the DM, be like, well, why didn't we notice it? You can be like, because your perception was too low. Your passive perception was too low. And you didn't actively search, right? So you can kind of do that, but for the most part, only do this if it's okay for them to miss it. And in this situation, it's okay for them to miss it. So we do that. That's my cue that, like, okay, we got something going on here. Now we do the description of the jewelry box. You know, because then, like, I know, okay, we can handle that. If they pass, then we read this next part. So what we can say is under a particularly precarious looking, we'll say, let's see here, chunk of wall that is balancing on a single wooden beam, you see what appears to be a jewelry box. It will say, though dusty from the damage to the building and following time of sitting there ignored, this box looks quite ornate and likely unnecessary enunciation. I used to do that a lot as a kid. I used to, like, for some reason as a child, I had this tendency to try and over enunciate words. And what I mean is, like, I would add in extra consonants so that I could better enunciate words, right? So, like, the one that I was really famous for among the family was, I didn't say breakfast, I said breakfast, because it felt weird for me to just, like, go, like, to go from, like, the K to the F. It felt like there needed to be, like, an ET in there somewhere, right? So I would say breakfast. Anyway, I don't know. That's more insight into my weird childhood psychology than anyone cares to know. I shouldn't say that. I bet you there's some child psychologist out there that would love to understand all of the weird idiosyncrasies. Is that a word? Idiosyncrasies. That's the word. Idiosyncrasies of my childhood brain. So that way they could see that and then look at how messed up I am as an adult and be like, there's the warning signs. Those are them. Those are them. Gosh, I know like 4 kids with those things. Boy, we got to get them some help now. Anyway, box looks quite ornate and likely to hold some valuable jewelry. Unfortunately, you get the sense that retrieving this box will not be an easy task, as it seems that even the slightest nudge of the wall or the wooden beam is likely to send the mass of rubble crashing down on the box and anyone trying to grab it. So now what I'm going to do is just in extra bullet points here. So that's like kind of the description of everything. And so now we're going to do just a couple extra bullet points that just kind of mechanically describe how I want this puzzle to go. This is a really simple puzzle. One thing, too, that I'm going to mention here, and just to clarify, it might have been noticed. I talk about this a lot, too, but it's always good to kind of re-go over these things. One, so people remember, and two, so new people watching live or watching the VODs or whatever understand why I'm doing what I'm doing. You'll notice that I put DC 12 to notice. I did not say DC 12 perception or investigation. Unless there is a very good reason for doing something very specific, I will pretty much always leave things at just putting the DC and not putting specifically what the check is. The reason I do that is because I don't want to try and pigeonhole into a situation where it's like, oh, but they need to do athletics if a player is better at acrobatics and can make a good acrobatics check, or a good argument for why they would use acrobatics, right? If you just do things like that, it makes it a lot easier for players to get creative with their skills. If you're asking, if you get in the habit of just knowing that as a DM, there's something with a DC 12 for them to overcome it, right? That gets you better in the habit of asking players, how do you approach this puzzle, as opposed to them saying, so suppose we have like a crevice that they need to overcome, right? And players are thinking like, oh, well, and they need to get across it. And like the obvious thing might be using athletics to just try and jump over across, right? If you get in the habit of saying there's a crevasse, are any of you, and you know that they need to make an athletics check to jump over, and like you write that. You say, okay, yeah, DC 12 athletics to jump over this thing. You're going to then ask players, you say there's this one thing right there, and players are like, well, I guess we want to get over. And you'll be like, okay, great, give me an athletics roll, right? You just kind of fall into ask them to do that. If you leave it open and just say it's a DC 12 to overcome this thing, then that helps you be, as a DM, in the habit of saying, like, okay, there's this crevasse. What do you do? And that makes it a lot easier for you to just say, like, if the DC is there regardless, people can get creative and use what works for their strengths, right? If someone's like, I'd like to look and see if there's a way for me to, like, oh, I see there's this crevasse over there. Is there a way for me to, build a bridge to do this type of thing? It's like, okay, give me an investigation check to find a log that could serve as a bridge, right? So it's like they're getting creative and doing what they want to do to find this thing, and overcome this challenge without me prescribing it. Because I feel like when you're requiring specific things, there's maybe 5 checks that really take center stage. And if you have a player that tried to put a whole bunch into animal handling, and there's never an opportunity for that, then crap, like they just wasted a whole bunch of points and proficiencies and stuff. Whereas, if we take our crevasse thing and someone's like, well, like, we're outside and I remember you saying that there was a herd of wild horses, and I try and just like get on one and cause it to run and jump over this crevasse. It's like, you might throw an audible and say like, oh, it's going to be harder than a 12. We might need a 13 or 14. But you're in the mindset of saying like, you know what? Fine, whatever. That accomplishes the prescribed task of getting over the crevasse, right? So, like in this situation, for this one, DC 12 to notice the jewelry box, like half hidden under the precarious position rubble. If someone approaches me and says like, yeah, like, do I see anything? I can be like, if they're just asking, do I see anything? And be like, yeah, give me a perception. But if someone's like, I'd like to search through the rubble, give me an investigation check. It doesn't change how difficult it is, but it does offer up that freedom for players to do it. I'm going to do the same thing with this. For the next part of like handling it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say DC, I want this to be a bit more difficult. We're going to say DC 14 to retrieve the jewelry box without disturbing the rubble. Just as simple as that. As simple as that. DC 12 to retrieve it. Do they try and concoct some sort of like hook to grab it? Like, do they use a tool to grab it? Great, give me a sleight of hand for creating that tool. It needs to be DC 14. You need to make a pretty nimble thing and handle it pretty nimbly. Are they going to be like, I'd like to just use strength to try and hold that up while, like, hold up the rubble while someone else grabs it so they can do that? Great, give me a DC 14 strength check or athletics check or whatever, right? By doing it, by just setting the DC 14, I am less likely as a DM to pigeonhole my players into having to do things the way I thought about it. And it makes the world feel much more open and much more accessible to players who have specific ideas on how their character would behave. So I highly encourage anyone in a DM role to think about things just in terms of what is the number that the check needs to succeed, not what check do they need to make. Right? It doesn't matter. Let them be creative. Let them be creative. Don't get too hyper specific on things, because like I say, the other thing that can be difficult is if like you try and say like, no, they just need to do an acrobatics check to try and nimbly avoid touching things, and someone's like, oh, I'd like to just do athletics to lift it. Then like if you're too focused on accepting only that acrobatics check or whatever, then you're going to come up, like, you're going to be sitting there trying to find some sort of really unrealistic reason on why they can't just lift it up. It's like, I'm a Goliath. I'm really strong. Why couldn't I just try and hold up this wall? Oh, it's actually a really, really big, massive chunk of wall. Even you aren't strong enough to do it. It's like, oh, well, okay. Pretty convenient. You know, it's like, that's the type of thing that can deflate players. So it's like, it's really good to just offer up all kinds of options, because the other thing that happens a lot of times, I notice, by doing it this way, is it teaches players that there are different ways to approach things, and that different ways might be better based on who's good at what skills. So it gets players to, rather than being like, okay, well, then I'll try to do my acrobatics. Oh, well, then I want to try and do my acrobatics. They can kind of solve that, because someone can be like, I'm going to try and do my acrobatics to get there. And if they fail, you know, in a way, and they still want to try and get this jewelry box, then it can be someone else that's like, oh, shoot it. Like, okay, you fail, the thing collapsed, you took, 8 damage from the wall falling on you, but your friends pull you out. Then it offers up the opportunity for that group to kind of converse and be like, we need to get that jewelry box. And someone else can be like, well, I'm really strong. What if I just try to lift it? It's like, then you can, foster better teamwork and better problem solving from players if you give them a problem without describing what the specific solution is. Let them try to figure out what the solution is, and just be willing to yes and your way through it. So, I don't know. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. This is a real long description of it, but it's something that I feel really strongly about, and it's the type of thing that, like, when I started taking this approach, my DMing really leveled up. Like, me as a DM, like, not to toot my own horn or anything, but, beat. Now, like, I noticed in myself, and my players noticed in me, when I kind of made the switch to approaching things this way, it really made games more immersive for players, because it really gave them freedom to be the exact character and player they wanted to be, rather than trying to understand what I wanted out of them, right? Like, it made the game more fun, because it was them trying to understand what their character wants out of the situation, not what me, the DM, wants out of the players. And it's a subtle dynamic change. Like, it's a subtle difference between those dynamics, but it's a really important one that can really, really bring up the level of a game, especially if it's a role play heavy game where people are really wanting to get into the shoes of their players. If you open up that freedom while still having a defined challenge. So, I don't know. The TED Talk part, 1.5 appendix to the TED Talk. Just, think about it. Think about it. If you haven't already adopted it, many DMs have already figured this out way before me, because they're smarter than me. But if that's something that you haven't considered before, consider it. Consider doing that from now on. You'd be surprised at how much that can help. So we're gonna say DC 14 to retrieve the jewelry box without disturbing the rubble. I'm gonna add one more thing. If they fail, have the rubble collapse, but the jewelry box can still, let's see, I'm gonna describe this a little bit more clear. Rubble collapse and appear to crush the box. However, if players are still determined, increase DC to 15 and let them find half the contents. Contents. There we go. Contents. find half the contents among oh my gosh, my fingers, among the rubble and ruins of the box. Because the reward for this is going to be like money. I call it money or treasure. Sometimes I'll put it. Basically just things that really are like just you'll find gold coins and or stuff worth a lot of gold coins is the idea. So it's like for this one, it's like if the thing gets crushed, you can still find half of it. And it doesn't really matter because there isn't actually the thing that they're ultimately looking for in this box, right? So it doesn't matter if things get crushed and they only find half of it, because again, we're not going to be accidentally locking them out of what they need to progress. So we won't be putting ourselves in a situation of admitting that we're bad at what we're doing or having to throw an audible and on the fly figure out like, oh crap, well then where else is this thing, you know? So just be careful of that when you're doing these kinds of things. But I think that'll work really well for this puzzle. I think it's a simple puzzle and it's a loose definition of puzzle, but it serves the purpose. And like I say, it kind of meets what my definition of a puzzle is, which is players which is the, you know, like I say, the world defending itself against the actions of the players, right? Like a puzzle is something the players have to choose to interact with to gain a reward, whereas a trap is something that players are forced to interact with to avoid a detriment, you know? So that's kind of, maybe that's a better description of it than the world defending or attacking or whatever. But in a world where you can have sentient plants and whatnot, maybe describing the world as attacking is a little too confusing because that can actually happen. Anyway, I say that rolling my eyes as if I think this game is ridiculous and am not someone who plays it multiple times per week. Okay, yeah, money. So for this part, I outsource. Here's what we'll do. We'll just say, actually, you know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna do this a little differently. I'm gonna do it this way. That, and then boom, here. I'm gonna say, if players don't smash the box. Yeah, you know, I'm just gonna come up with a general. No. I do want to do this separately because it's gonna be different rewards. If players don't smash the box, and we'll do a description. We can just take a few seconds to add an extra detailed description for a couple scenarios. The more time we put up front right now, the less time we have to fumble later on, like fumble with trying to understand the implications of our own decisions as the writer, the less we have to fumble with it later on. And the more the flow just naturally goes because we can just be like, oh, I see what happened. Boom. It's worth it in the long run to do it this way. I find. I guess that's, again, up to your DM special. Like, some people really prefer to just, like, prep each session the week of rather than writing out a campaign beforehand. And that's totally fine, too. There is no singular right or wrong way to be a DM. The right way to be a DM is the way that gets you as the DM to create a game that is fun and engaging for your players. And this is the way that I do that for me. So, there, disclaimer made halfway through the stream. Real good priority management right there. This is quality entertainment. And you get it for free. Thereby proving the concept of you get what you pay for. Alright. Players don't smash the box. We're in black font again. Let's see here. With a let's just say we gotta come up with something generic here, regardless of how they try to do it. Miraculously, you manage to pull the jewelry box out of the rubble without causing any notable damage to it. Luckily, it isn't locked, so you are able to easily open it and marvel at the contents inside. All right, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna list out all the items that they can find, or that they will find in there. And so this one we're gonna do the full list, and then for the half list we can just kind of cut out some of those items because they're just kind of like picking up loose items amid the rubble, and some of it will have like fallen deeper into the rubble and be covered, and just like it'll be harder for them to find everything. We'll just, like, even, like, unless they want to say, like, we spend 3 hours excavating this place and find every coin, then it's like, okay, fine, you can have the full thing. That's what we call yes-anding. It's like, if that's what they want to do, do that, but then just, like, have the wild horses show up on them at some point in time and be like, yeah, you get kicked in the face because you're too laser focused on the ground there. You don't notice that a horse came up and is really pissed at you for being in its territory. For the treasure, I like to outsource, because why reinvent the wheel? I use this loot gen, so 5e.tools has a lot of really cool tools. Some of them I use, some of them there's a few different websites that kind of do all of these similar things. They just kind of all have their own way of doing it. And so depending on the tool that I'm looking for, I'll use this site or one of the couple other sites. This one I really like for the loot generators because it just uses the DM guide tables for determining loot based on the parameters that you set. So I really like doing that because it keeps it rules as written, keeps things really basic, so I can just kind of give them basic monetary stuff without it being too much thought process. Without also having to make like 15 rolls myself and then type out everything based on what's written in the books. I love physical books, but it's kind of more an emotional thing because functionally speaking, digital resources just work so much better for me, especially because I play online. At any rate, the way I choose the difficulty, so here we've got, these are all the basics of this area that we're doing, and the boss here is a Lucrata, which is reskinned as a big old wild horse. This is the way I've done it. I do a lot of reskinning of monsters because I don't like just creating a monster from scratch, doing a homebrew monster, taking that much time when you can find a stat block that like multi-attack, bite, and hooves. Like those are the attacks. Rampage, mimicry is kind of out there. We can just get rid of the mimicry thing because it's a horse. So you get rid of that thing. But kicking, retreat, rampage, keen smell, you can kind of choose to do that or not do that if you want for a horse. And these actions. Those are all the actions of a big giant horse, of a large horse. You just reskin it rather than trying to like recreate and come up with something that's basically exactly that. Just like put a few notes there and then use the thing. So I do that all the time. Point is, Lucrata, it's a challenge rating 3. So all of the treasure within a dungeon area, I set it to whatever the level of the boss is for that floor. Or for that area, for that dungeon, that mini dungeon, or that like floor in the mega, whatever it is, whatever like the most immediate boss is that they'll be facing in that area, I set the loot to that because I don't always have a loot horde being guarded by the monster, right? It's sometimes randomized to make things feel a bit less predictable for players. So in this situation, challenge rating is 3, 0 to 4, perfect. Roll loot. So it's got that one magic item, Stone of Good Luck though. That's perfect. That's perfect. Like, it's like you can have it be a Stone of Good Luck, and you could actually just say it's a Ring of Good Luck and just say Stone of Good, like functionally Stone of Good Luck, you know. And so it's like they find this magical item, and that seems like exactly the type of thing that would be in a jewelry box. So this is perfect. We can just kind of take some of these things. I'm going to do, let's see, so 196 gold pieces and coinage. We'll just go ahead and say there's a money pouch with 196 gold in it. My players and most players I've ever played with don't really care to subdivide lower than gold because it's really just kind of cumbersome. They're always like, we find enough treasure that if a room costs 2 silver, I'm just going to toss a gold coin at them and keep the room for 5 nights. You know, even if we don't use it for the 5 nights, because that's just much easier. So I always just kind of break things into gold, and if players do want to subdivide it, then they can go to the bank and get change. I don't know, whatever. So at any rate, we're going to do a 96 gold pieces for the treasure, or for the stones here. I'm going to copy this. I reformatted a bit just to meet my preferences, but we're going to take pretty much all of this stuff here. So I'm going to copy this over here, paste it. So like one thing that I always do with this, is it going to do that thing? Sometimes OneNote does this thing. Oh, okay, we're behaving now. Sometimes OneNote does this thing where it will stop showing me my cursor, and I have yet to consistently figure out what causes it to do that and what doesn't. I think I've noticed it's like if I accidentally press Alt. Actually, no, let's just experiment with it. Oh, I thought it was I'd pressed Alt, but it's not it. There's something can happen where it just like the cursor goes away and it drives me insane. It's like, why would I ever want that? Okay, so what I always do with this one, I think they format it really weird in there. It's 7 50 gold piece gemstones. If you say 50 gold piece gemstones, that makes it sound initially like you're talking about all of the gemstones are worth 50 gold piece a piece, like total. So they're all worth less than 10. They're all worth like 8 gold or whatever. But that's not the case because it's 350 GP total. So I always put the 7 times there because that just makes more sense, right? Like maybe I'm the crazy one. I don't know. Like and subscribe if you think I'm insane. I don't know. How does that work? I don't do YouTube. I don't know how that works. So we got 7 gemstones worth, 750 gold piece gemstones worth 350 gold pieces total. Again, I like to reformat these things. I just think it makes more sense to see the 3 in front of it, so that way I know exactly how much. And as far as the descriptions go, I don't care. We can just look that up if we need to. For the most part, players, I have yet to encounter a group of players that are that picky about understanding everything they have. Why did I do 3 times for that one? It's not 3 times. Right? Yeah, I don't know why I did 3 times. I was in the habit. I got myself on a all worked up in a tizzy. Stopped focusing on what I was doing. But yeah, I've never had players care that much. I do it this way because some characters care about them for the sake of components and stuff. And I just do the remove link for all of these things just because I find it cumbersome and I'm not a big fan of it. Because it just pulls up. It pulls up the entry for these things in oops, no. Go to the link. Oh, stop. No, not applying a link. We're getting rid of it. What is happening? OneNote. Focus. Link. There we go. Remove link. Yeah, like some players will like to have that level of detail for the sake of components if they're like into doing that for spell casting or enchanting or stuff like that. So I'll put the notes there to offer up that opportunity for them. But for the most part, players are going to be content to know, like, oh, yeah, we found the 750 gold piece gemstones. Great. And then the last thing was that stone of, what was it? Stone of luck or whatever? No, we need Stone of good luck. I'm going to say ring of good luck. I'm going to say ring of good luck, and then in parentheses, functionally stone of good luck. Say ring of good luck. We'll say it's ring with stone of good luck in it. There we go. Boom. So that's what they can find if they find everything. And so now we'll do another bullet point here. Again, if players smash the box in the rubble. And then we'll say, as you clear away the rubble, start to find small bits of smashed wood that look a lot like a smashed jewelry box. Not like a smashed jewelry box. As you continue to dig, you manage to find some of the goodies inside, though you get the sense that that much of it has fallen deeper into the. Actually, I'm not even gonna do that because it's like inviting them to search for it. As you can see, you managed to find some of the goodies that were inside. And we'll just leave it right there. Because if I add too much more detail about where that stuff went, that's just going to invite them to keep digging. And that's going to, like, really invite them to do those things. Which, like, if they want to do, we can do that. But if I'm inviting it, it's going to make it sound to the players like I really want them to find that stuff. Whereas it's kind of the opposite. If they fail at it, I want there to be a punishment for it. Because there is nothing critical in this jewelry box. Right? So it's like if they, as you continue to dig, you manage to find some of the goodies that were inside. Now, someone asks, like, did I really find all of it? That's when I'll just kind of wing an investigation check, and like if they roll particularly well, like above a, usually I'll like do above a 14 for like, because the players are at level 6 for this part of it. So I'll say like a level 14 is pretty difficult. It's like if they roll a level like a 14 or higher, then I'll be like, yeah, you can see some sparkly stuff down below. And if they want to keep wasting time, they can. But I don't want to make them think that I want or need them to do that. You know, that's kind of the important part. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to now just change this. We're going to say D7 gold pieces just to find a smaller portion of it. And we're going to say 3 50 GP gemstones. 150 GP total. And then we're going to give them one of the carnelians, the onyx, and the zircon. Boom, there we go. And that's all they can find. The ring of good luck is gone as well. So that's what they can find. So it's significantly less, but maybe they still get some. And that's the punishment for, you know, failing their checks. Great. And there we've got a room finished. We got a room finished. That one was a bit more involved. But hey, we got it done. And we're progressing. We still got plenty more time. I'm going to keep streaming for like probably roughly 2 hours more. We're going to keep going. But again, I got to run to the bathroom. I work really hard to stay hydrated. So I'm going to disappear for just another minute real quick. Run to the bathroom, refill my drink so that I can continue to keep hydrated. And then we'll be right back and we'll keep working and getting some more of these rooms done. We're making some good progress. Got some good momentum going, and I want to keep working on that. So I will be back shortly. I appreciate your patience. I will see you soon. Alrighty. There. Much better. I've been in the habit of keeping, like, particularly as of late, keeping very well hydrated. So I mentioned earlier I'm a kickboxer, and I had a fight a few weeks ago. It's a few weeks ago now at this point. And so I had to do a little bit of weight cutting. And while I was doing that, like, the final part of weight cutting is you do like a water cut, which it sounds a little ironic. Like, it sounds a little counterintuitive, I guess is the better term for it. It sounds a little counterintuitive, but to do a water cut the week leading up to your fight, you drink just like copious amounts of water, just drinking water. And the idea is that you're doing two things. One, you're changing up your body chemistry just a little bit so that your body will draw out more minerals and stuff like that in your system, because you just got more water in you, or like water in your stomach and your intestines than you do in your body. And naturally, the, different like salts and minerals and stuff like that will want to make their way out. And so you do that enough, that can draw out a lot of like your body fluids that are saltier. And so it draws more fluids out of you by having that just like plain water. Some people will even go really nuts with it and do distilled water. I don't do that personally. That's a little too dangerous in my book. But they'll do that. And the other thing about it too is it gets your kidneys used to being in high gear. So that way then if you cut off water, like the day of your fight, your body is still like purging all that water because your kidneys have become used to getting rid of all that extra water. So I was doing that. And I was drinking like 2 gallons of water a day for a week before my fight. And that was like entirely too much. I was very uncomfortable in general. I consistently felt like it got to the point where drinking water made me nauseous because there was just so much of it in me. Like I could feel the water splashing against the water. I could feel my pH, like the pH of my stomach acid neutralizing in me. Just there was so much water. I was not a fan of it. But the flip side of it is like I did notice that by really focusing on being super hydrated, generally speaking, my energy levels and my alertness levels went up because I was so much more like awake and hydrated. So I was like, all right, well, we'll balance that out a little bit. And so I'm closer to like 1 gallon of water a day. But that's one thing that I kept from there. Yeah, you can die from drinking too much water. You can also get drunk from it too. After Vietnam, a lot of veteran hospitals had a lot of issues because veterans would like lock themselves in the bathroom and just like chug-a-lug the water to try and get drunk because they couldn't have alcohol. They were in the hospital. Yeah, because like I was just describing it, like it messes with your body chemistry. If you like, it's not like drunk, but it like messes with your body chemistry enough that it throws off your brain chemistry along with it, because because that water will draw out all of those like minerals and electrolytes that you need to like operate properly. So you're not drunk in the sense of like the same effects as drinking a lot of beer or whiskey or whatever, but it will cause impacts in your brain that simulate that. And so yeah, like people, there used to be issues with that in like veterans hospitals, and it's a lot of times why you need to get like permission and you need to get like a hallway pass in those types of situations to get a bathroom key or something like that. It's almost like school where you have to ask permission to go to the bathroom, because like they need to know that, because people would do that. They would like sleep in their bathrooms so they could just like be close to the sink and constantly drinking water to like get drunk. So fun facts. Body chemistry is a weird thing. And that's actually one of the most interesting, like, learning effects of getting ready for a fight for me, is just, like, kind of, like, how much more aware of my body chemistry I am in general because of that. Like, I learned it takes a lot of work to change your body composition, right? Like, if you want to build muscle or lose fat, weight, or anything like that, it takes a lot of work to do that. But if you just want to change your weight, like just manipulating your weight, that is really easy, like shockingly easy. Because I like in the course of one day, right, to like do my final weight cut to make weight, I was able to drop down within 24 hours. I was able to drop down from like 164 pounds down to 152 pounds. I weighed in at 152. Over the course of a day, I dropped like 12 pounds just from managing my water and my food intake, right? And like sitting in a hot tub to like, sweat off a little extra water, and then just like lightly sipping on Pedialyte to keep myself, going and not too dehydrated until I weighed in. And then the flip side of that is, as soon as my fight was done the week after, I went from weighing in at 152 back up to weighing like 166. Like I put on like 15 pounds right afterwards, just because I didn't have to worry about monitoring my food intake or anything. So I just like ate whatever I wanted. And because leading up to the fight, I didn't have any salt because I didn't want my body to retain extra water. So I really cut down the salt and was basically just eating like fresh chicken, rice, and green vegetables. There's like no salt or anything. But then as soon as I wasn't doing that anymore, I started just like eating whatever I want. I went on a huge binger, and it's like tradition. It's tradition if you're in a combat sport and you have to weight cut to make weight for competition and stuff. It's like tradition. And so I went on this huge binger the week after, and I was just eating every bit of fast food, junk food, takeout I wanted, just all kinds of salty foods. And combined with the amount of food and the fact that it was all salty food, I put on like 15 pounds, and most of it was water weight. Because now that I'm back to kind of like, you know, a healthy medium of feeling free to season and salt my food as I please, but not going out of my way to only eat garbage all the time. You know, the next week afterwards, I leveled off to have only gained like roughly, I think it averages out to like, you know, like 8 pounds or so, which would be pretty easy for me to, after a good workout and then maybe a little bit, you know, like 2 or 3 days of like the water cut, going back down to my fight weight, right? So it's like, it's so fascinating how you can change your body chemistry. It's so fascinating. That was the hardest part for me, because I love food too. I'm a very food motivated person. You can ask all of my loved ones. I'm a very food motivated person. I will do a lot of stuff, you know, to feel like I've earned a delicious meal at the end of the day. And I do intermittent fasting. I eat 1 meal a day just because, like, I'm so food motivated. Once I start eating, it takes a lot of willpower for me to stop eating until I'm like stuffed full. So I do 1 meal a day. So that way it's like, once I get going, I can ride that momentum until I'm full without overeating throughout the day. Because if I try to have multiple meals per day, I just keep going like a glutton. You know, I'm like a dog. I'm like a dog that hoards food. Like, as soon as there's food, I'm like, you know, I just like eat it all. And so it's exactly. Food's not over until I hate myself. You've got that right. It's like, for me, it's like, it's not done until I regret how much I ate. That's what my approach is. You know, that's just who I am as a person. I'm hugely food motivated. So doing the 1 meal a day is actually really helpful for me, because then I can just kind of go nuts. And then I still like am within my calorie budget for the day. So that was definitely one of the hardest parts for me about fight prep, was having to make weight. You know, it's like that's a really tough part for me. The nerves of stepping into the ring, like nothing. I got into the ring and I was like, yeah, no, this is just what I'm doing today. It's not a big deal. I did not feel all that worked up. The fight did not go well for me. I got knocked out. And I came to, and like, you know, once I kind of came to outside of the ring, they managed to get me out of the ring, because like my body was still functional, but the lights were out. Like, I was not cognitively aware of what was going on around me. So they got me out of the ring pretty quick. And then once everything kind of like cleared up, you know, like a minute later or so, I was kind of sitting out off to the side, and my reaction wasn't like disappointment, anger, sadness, or anything like that. My reaction was, I started laughing, and I was like, oh geez, it didn't go well, did it? And they're like, no. And then they told me that I stood up, and actually, like, before I really regained consciousness, I stood up again, and I thought the fight was still going on. So I started trying to grapple and fight the ref is what I was trying to do. And I just started laughing. Like, I have had zero issue sort of like emotionally and mentally recovering from how poorly the fight went. You know, so like those parts, all of that stuff for the fight was easy for me. The hard part was going through all of the weight and diet management leading up to it, just because like it was such work. And it's like, usually I've got enough willpower that like when I'm driving home from the gym in the evenings, you know, and I see McDonald's, it's usually pretty easy for me to look at McDonald's, or for me it's Culver's. I don't know how widespread Culver's is throughout the world, and if you are familiar with it, but some of the best fast food burgers. They're one of those places where it's like fancy fast food, so you can still get a drive-through, but it's so much better than your average fast food burger. At any rate, it's like one of my favorite places, but usually it's easy enough for me to be like, I don't need it. I don't want to spend the money. It's fine. There's always another day for it. But as soon as I was on diet and it was like forbidden for me, I was like, oh God, I need it. Oh, I want it so bad. So like, it was so hard. That was the hardest part for me. That, and like I say, the water cut leading up to it, just because drinking that much water really, like, it did, like, it would make me nauseous. Because like I say, it was 2 gallons a day. And it's like, that is a lot of water. That is so much water. That's like 16 tall glasses of water every day. And it was difficult. That was not fun. I was so sick of water. And so it's like the week after, I didn't drink water. I drank soda and lemonade. That was all I drank. It was not good for me. But, you know, I've leveled off, and, you know, the moral of the story is I pee a lot more nowadays, because I'm trying to find a healthier balance of being more hydrated without being that hydrated. So that That was a longer explanation than anyone ever wanted about why I go to the bathroom as often as I go to the bathroom. I don't know. No, I guess the moral of the story is I highly recommend, if you're interested in trying to improve your health, don't look at it as in like, oh, they recommend like I have to do X number of glasses per day. Just like, you know, consider upping your water intake. Like, so what I do is 16 tall glasses of water a day was way too much. But what I do is amidst whatever else I feel like drinking throughout the day, I'll just like try to like once every hour or two just kind of go into the kitchen and get, you know, just a short glass, like a small glass of water, you know, and just like kind of throw one of those back just to make sure that like the standard water hydration is up there. And honestly, it's really helped. It's really helped. I wake up a bit easier in the mornings. It's a bit easier for me to feel like I'm energetic the entire way through a workout. You know, give it a shot. Give it a shot. Find the right balance. Don't get to the point where you're, you know, when I was doing the water cut and I like, it was like every like half hour I had to pee. It was bad. It was a miracle I ever made it through the night without needing to put on Depends. It was bad. It was real bad. What am I talking about? This isn't D&D. Talking about all kinds of other stuff. If you want to see more of my kickboxing stuff, follow me on Instagram. I put a lot of like clips of me training and stuff up there. So if you're curious about what that looks like, what Muay Thai kickboxing looks like, or at least when I'm kicking or punching a bag, check it out there. Or just keep listening because I'm absolutely mad head over heels for the sport, and so I'll probably start talking about it at some point in time again. Because that's just what I do. It's what I do, baby. It's what I do. All right, let's get another room going. So this one will be easier to sort of come up with everything because we don't really have to invent anything. The battles are really easy. It's just a matter of like I do all of my combats in a very mathematical approach based on, and it all kind of stems from what level are the players for this chapter, because each chapter encompasses one level for the players, right? So as the chapters get higher, as they get deeper into it, a chapter will last longer because there's more experience points for players to get to the next level. But that's kind of how I design it. And it's like open world enough that there are opportunities for players to have like, you know, bonus missions and get bonus experience points to be over leveled, or they can rush through and like try to handle things being a little under leveled if they want to. But the point is I do it very mathematically. So it's pretty easy to kind of come up with the battles because it's just a matter of like, you know, mixing and matching a couple different numbers to get the right amount. And what I mean is, let's do medium battle. And so the medium battles, so the way I do medium battles, in this one, a medium battle is worth roughly 650 experience points, 650 XP. And so we'll do that, and so then we're going to come up with the other stuff. Yeah, combat balance is difficult, and milestone leveling has a lot of merits. And I guess in like when it comes to functionally, I kind of do things by like I kind of do a hybrid system where it's kind of like, because I will offer experience points for doing important roleplay things, which kind of turns into a milestone type of thing. The reason I use XP is because it helps me get combat balance down. The way I do it, it's a really long, convoluted thing to just sort of explain it. I really should explain it and just put a video of that on my YouTube channel so I can refer people to that. The gist of the system is I look at the total number of experience points needed to take the number of players this level is designed for, from the level they start at to the level I want them to finish at. So because this campaign is designed for 5 players and this chapter is for the players when they're at level 6, it's the number of experience points to get a player from level 6 to level 7 multiplied by 5. And that's how many experience points should be encompassed in this entire chapter. Now, I like to break the chapters down I really should make a video. It would be the smart thing to do. Now I just got to find time to like make a dedicated video, which is stupid. It would like, I could just like do it in one cut. It would be super easy to do. But it's like you do that. And then I divide it, like I kind of break it up into 6 chunks, right? Because it's 6 levels. like whatever the level is for the players, I do that many like chunks or stages within that chapter. So I do that many like mini dungeons. So things get like bigger, but because they're more powerful, they go through the early ones a lot quicker. So time-wise, it kind of ends up taking the same amount of time for any given one of them, but it makes them feel grander and it makes things feel like players are getting like into bigger and bigger situations because there's more steps involved. So it's just kind of a way to like add some illusion, because I break things down so that the first few sections are not very much not a very large portion of the experience points, whereas the last part is a much larger portion of it. And then from there, once I decide what section, like what portion of the experience points each level is going to, or each section is going to get, from there I then also break it down to easy, medium, difficult, and a boss battle that are all worth their own amount of experience points, just to make things varied a little bit. And what that results in this one, this is like floor 2 or section 2 as I call it. And this section is going to be worth a total of 4,300 experience points, because you divide that by 5, and that's like the portion of experience points per player, right? And so it's like you can distribute them as you see fit, but that's kind of how I balance it. And then from there, it breaks it down to, you know, the easy are 350 experience points, a medium battle is going to be worth 650, a hard battle is going to be worth 950, and a boss battle is going to be worth 125 or 1250. That's because there's 1 boss, 1 hard, 2 medium, and 3 easy. And when you math all of that out together, it totals 4,300 experience points. So that's kind of how I do it. That's a really fast cliff notes. It doesn't actually explain anything. Yeah, it really is. It really is not that far off from the Pathfinder 2e. Pathfinder is like, or as they lovingly call it, Mathfinder, right? It's a very system, I'm trying, like, I don't know, it's just like a very rule-oriented approach to things that really puts a lot of emphasis on like the mechanics and the balance and stuff like that. And I find that there's a lot of value in that still functions really well in a game, even if you're running like 5e, which is much more about sort of the role play and malleability of the game. So I kind of pull that in there because I like how roleplay focused D&D 5e is. But there are some things about, you know, like Pathfinder or past editions of D&D, really, because that's kind of what Pathfinder is. You know, Pathfinder is very akin to like older versions of D&D. But, you know, so I incorporate those just because that's what I like to do as a DM. And, you know, I always temper it based on what my players like, but my players seem to like what I do, so I do it. Easier than D&D 5e to balance combat. Yes, 100%. And that's why I kind of figured out this system, because it does a really good job. Like, I have found that this system really does pretty consistently achieve what I'm trying to achieve in terms of balancing combats, right? And like I say, that's another reason why I'll kind of do a hybrid system. I'll give my players experience points with this, but then I'll also dish out experience points based on role-playing things and all that kind of stuff. So that way they don't feel like they have to do every single battle to get the level that they want to. If they want to sneak around battles, a lot of times basically what I'll do is when they get to an end of a dungeon and they do what they want, I will dish out whatever the missing experience points, like whatever experience points they missed out on, I'll dish those out still at the end and say like, okay, for accomplishing this thing you get this many experience points, maybe like round it up or down a little bit. So that way it's a little less obvious what I'm doing. But like in my mind, it's like, even if they didn't kill the enemies, they overcame the enemies. They overcame the challenges that I set for them. So they get whatever the rewards were supposed to be. So yeah, one of these days I'll do a video. One of these, gosh, I have no idea when I'll ever do it. I really want to, because a lot of people are very interested in the way I do the system. And I think once you kind of understand it, it's pretty intuitive and there's nothing really groundbreaking about it. But I've come up with a very good, consistent way to just like do it every time without it being much work. And I think that would help people. So I really should. One of these days when I finally actually have a weekend free. It won't be this weekend because I got family coming into town. It won't be the weekend after that because I'm going to visit friends. And it won't be the weekend after that because I got more family. We're entering summer, weekends fill up. But one of these days I'll do it. One of these days I'll have an evening when D&D or kickboxing got canceled for this, that, or the other reason. And I'll have a free evening and I'll be like, tonight's the night. We're doing it tonight. It's gonna happen. I swear to God, it's gonna happen. At any rate, all of that to say, this particular battle, since it's a medium difficulty battle in this section, should be worth about 650 experience points. So then I just have like the sort of predetermined it's like the set of enemies that exist within this area. So that way it's easy enough to kind of keep the theme going and everything, you know, and I kind of like set it up. I set it up. I use these descriptions for myself. Fodder, soldiers, leaders, and the boss, right? It's like those make more sense when it's a sentient thing. But I kind of like to try and do that. So it's like all one unit. So in this situation, the unit is like a herd of wild horses, right? But the fodder is like a riding horse, but it'll just be like a standard horse. Soldiers are the war horses. The leaders are the Sangzor, which are like reskinned as like horses or really big horses. And then the boss is reskinned as a big old wild horse, right? So it's like, they're just like different tiers of kind of the same things. Like in some, you know, if I'm doing a Gnoll encampment, it'll make a bit more sense because they'll actually have like a hierarchy of existing different types of Gnolls, and you can do that. And in situations like these, I kind of have to reskin things. But I find that doing that helps keep things like, it keeps things with a consistent theme within the area while still having variation in the enemies. So that way players can kind of be like, they can kind of learn like, oh, in this section, we're dealing with these types of monsters. These types of attacks work better. So we should focus on that. But at the same time, like, oh, this one's a little different. So this one's going to be able to do this. This is a bigger threat than this one. And they can kind of like use strategy and stuff like that. And it's kind of a fun way to approach things, I find, for the players. And again, like, I kind of just keep doing it because my players like it. So it's like, hey, gonna fix what ain't broken. They like it, I'll do it. Makes it easy for me too, because then I can just kind of keep using my same system without having to think too much. So if we need 650 experience points worth of battle here, we don't have any medium battles already predetermined. So, because I try to make sure, like, you know, there's 3 easy battles in there, there's 2 medium battles. I try to not have them be exactly the same, just so that, like, every battle is a little bit different in the dynamics of how it works and how players approach killing different things. But we don't have a medium one yet, so we can kind of play fast and loose. We could do like 3 of these guys and 1 of these guys to get our 650. Or we could do like 6 of these guys. We could do 12 of these guys. 12 duck-sized horses. No, I don't want to do that. The only one we can't use is our Lucrata because that's the boss. There's only 1 of them. But that's fine. I kind of like the idea of, for this first one, doing 3 of these guys and 1 of these guys. I mean, the other thing we could do is we could do 2 and 3. Oh, no, it would have... No. That would be... It'd be like 2 and 5. Because it would be 4 to make up one of those and then 1 other. 2 and 5. That wouldn't be too bad, but it's kind of a tight space to have that many. Right? Because the space... We do want to keep in mind what kind of space we have to work with. It'd be a tight space of rubble. It would make more sense if there was a smaller amount and it's like we could set it up and we could describe it as them kind of like coming and going. Like maybe there's a group of them coming back into this area from like being out and grazing and they wanted to go into the shelter where like the horses have kind of like, you know, they get their shelter or whatever. I don't know. Horses don't really do that, but we can say that these horses, because it's a magic world and we can do whatever we want. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Especially because, wait, hold on. Where's our other medium battle? Medium battle, the other one is room 8. Kind of strategist. Yeah, see, this area is a little bit bigger, so it might make more sense for there to be a few more. Like, it wouldn't make sense for there to be, like, you know, a dozen horses hanging out on this big pile of rubble. But it would make sense for a small number of them to be moving from there to there. Whereas in here, it would also make sense for there to be a lot more of them just kind of chilling in here, you know, getting away from the wind or the sun or whatever weather we decide to put out there for them. They just like to chill out in this large entryway of the mansion. So it just that makes more sense for this one to have more enemies in there, both from a description standpoint and from a, you know, combat mechanics balancing standpoint. You know, more monsters in a bigger area just makes more sense. It can be a unique challenge to have lots of monsters in a tight area, but, you know, just generally speaking, you want to kind of keep that limited. And usually that's more of a sentient enemy type of thing, because like that's where you set up, like there's like a barracks or a common room that there's a whole bunch of them just hanging out in there, like a cafeteria or something like that. Whereas horses, like, that just wouldn't really make a lot of sense as much. They would probably want to be a bit more spread out, unless they were all asleep. They'd all be sleeping, yeah, but they wouldn't sleep on the rubble. So there we go. We have successfully over-explained something that really didn't need explanation at all, because really all we're trying to do is just create a fun, like, game experience where players get to hack and slash stuff. So we have successfully overthought it. Hooray. So we're going to do 3 of our Sangzors. That are really just going to be horses and then one of our like smaller, just like regular riding horse. Challenge rating for those guys. Boom, there we go. So yeah, so oh shoot, wait, hold on. I wasn't thinking right. This is room 4, not room 3. Let me make sure. It's probably, yeah, that still actually tracks. Small area, smaller number. Large area, larger number. Still tracks. We're gonna say that there's 3 of them just kind of like chilling there. They're just chilling in there. That's what we're gonna do. Golly, see, this is why it's good to like, even though we're not gonna decorate this area, this is why it's good to have the map and like kind of flesh it out. This is not the first time I've done that. Not the first time I've done that. And really what we're learning from this situation is that I am very bad at focusing, even on my own things, and I'm just generally a dum-dum. And that's why I really like having the templates, because it kind of helps temper my own dum-dum box that is my brain, that just breaks from time to time, you know. And it's fine. As long as it all works out in the end, right? Yeah, so a medium battle, those guys, as you peer through the busted wall of this room that was once on the 2nd story, you notice a few horses lounging around in this. Wait, hold on. As you peer through the walls of this room, lounging around inside. There it is. That's the way. Because I didn't want to say lounging around in it, because it just sounds so flat to end a sentence in it. Like grammatically, it's technically incorrect too, but I am less worried about that, because grammatically, it's incorrect for me to make up names for places. But here we are. But you know, I just don't like ending a sentence in it. It feels so non-specific. But then it would sound like really redundant if I said, if you look through as you look into this room, you see some horses lounging in this room. Like, that's the type of mechanical speech that comes from someone who's not speaking English as their first language, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that situation. But, you know, if I'm trying to create like flowery language descriptions to read to players and paint a picture, it's easier if it flows a bit more naturally. So that sounds better. A couple of them look at you intently. They don't, I'll say they don't seem interested in coming after you, but they also don't look that interested in sharing their space with you. So it's just like, if they enter, they're gonna enter combat, and that's just like, that's the description should convey that. But like, hey, if they want to be all gung-ho about it, then, you know, they can just murder hobo it up. That's great. So that room's easy to describe. We don't really need to do a lot. A lot of times I'll add some mechanics, like if players want to try and sneak up on some animals that aren't attentive, I'll offer up mechanics for them to do that. But I think in this situation, because there's really only one way in this room, I think it makes a lot of sense for some of these horses to just like be watching that one way in, and for them to just not really have an opportunity to sneak in. It's like, sometimes it doesn't matter how roguish you are of a character. Some things, you know, if someone is making active eye contact with you, you're probably just not going to be able to sneak by them without like magically turning yourself invisible. That's just how it goes. Oops, hold on. My headphones just spazzed out on me, which happens from time to time. Hold on. Okay, there we go. I really like these headphones, but sometimes they have this weird thing where sometimes they'll just like buzz and then die, and it's weird. I don't know why. And then you just turn it back on and everything's fine again. It doesn't happen very often. It's like it hasn't happened in months. It just now happened. I don't know. But they're affordable, and they're pretty durable, and they have good enough sound quality for me, so I keep using them. Not sponsored by Raycons. It's just like I don't know, this might be too much of a deep cut into like martial arts and MMA for the average person to get. But it's like the Brock Lesnar speech. Gonna open up a, what was it? It was like, I'm gonna open up a Miller. That's a Miller because Bud won't pay me nothing. Because like he was in a dispute with his sponsorship with like Bud Light. So he like wins a fight and then like he makes a point of pointing out that he's not gonna drink a Bud Light because he's mad at them. Which is just like really, really funny. Because all that does is it still gets the name Bud Light out there. Because like the average person doesn't give a rip what kind of sponsorship deals anyone has. And it's good. He just gave them free advertising anyway. Like, look, I'm a martial artist and I have a whole lot of respect for martial artists, but a lot of the guys who make it big as successful martial artists, you know, particularly in like the MMA/boxing/kickboxing worlds, a lot of them don't make it there because other more intellectual parts of their life were more promising. Like you don't take that route when you have the option to become an extremely highly paid successful lawyer. As a general rule. Hold on a second. I gotta check this super duper quickly. I apologize. This is for my day job. I just gotta make sure that they don't need me to emergency handle something. I don't think they do, but you never really know. Okay, I gotta just send a real quick response. Currently up to date. I'm so sorry. This is such poor streaming etiquette. Okay, there we go. Sorry. The tragic thing about my life, it's not even tragic. Like, I have a really awesome job that affords me a lot of freedom that I can sit here and stream, but the flip side of it is that job is what pays the bills, so I can't just flat out ignore it. So sometimes when someone asks me if my calendar is up to date so that they can schedule a meeting, I have to say yes. I have to respond to them so that we can do that. But at any rate, I'm back. Yeah, I don't know. I was going on a rant about people being stupid because of branding deals. Because, yeah, and all that stemmed from the fact that I don't use Raycons. At any rate. Let's see. We're gonna put the reward for this area is gonna be a bit of lore here. So the lore, I have a lot of rewards because I play games that are story and role play heavy. You know, that incorporate a lot of those things. I have a lot of the like rewards for a room be background information about the world or the area they're in, and the idea is that, like, yes, you can find things like the runes that are part of that system that I've been that I kind of work on, you know, to open up the streams. Yes, it can be like the functional item that they need to achieve their goal. It can be money, it can be potions, you know. But the other thing that I like to do is offer up non-tangible items, like, or non-tangible information that is like, it's not something that's worth X number of gold per se, but it's stuff that if players are attentive and interested in, they can get clues and hints about the world around them that might impact their approaches to things and make it easier for them to discover or overcome things. And so like in this, like for this section, right? So we talked about how we have this wizard who's like doing, you know, he's kind of crazy. He's like been here trying to keep this city safe, you know, doing it in whatever ways he can, but as like he's used magical, he found basically what it is under his tower. He lives in a tower, and underneath his tower he found one of the rifts that was part of this whole apocalyptic thing, and he's been channeling that energy to keep himself alive so he can continue keeping this city alive. But the impacts of this like magical radiation, as I like to call it, combined with the fact that he's just kind of like putting up his own mental barriers so that he doesn't have to face the fact that it's been a couple thousand years he's kept himself alive for the people to come back to, and like he's just not emotionally equipped to handle the fact that the truth is they're not coming back, and he's spent 2,000 years keeping himself alive for people who are probably dead and never coming back. Not probably, they just flat out are dead and not coming back, right? But like he's just kind of had this mental break that's happened. And so he's kind of this tragic character, and so the idea is that like if players want to, there's like some possible side quests of them, you know, that will flesh out at a later date of them helping him, you know, as well as trying to understand, like, you know, they're trying to get this magical, they're trying to get this teleportation circle going, that they can go to this elven city, right? That is actually now this like nightmarish, horrible place for them to be with the drow. And like part of that lore is that he is the one who destroyed the teleportation rings because he, like, the drow started trying to use it to come there for the sake of conquest, and he fought them off and broke the thing. But because of his mental break and the fact that he's kind of going crazy, he doesn't remember that. And so I kind of want there to be sort of this twofold thing where as players find different bits of lore as they're exploring, they can learn a bit about this wizard and sort of understand who he is. And, you know, if they want to try and help him for the sake of some bonus experience points, you know, some like milestone experience points or whatever, however you want to describe it, they can do that. And the other thing too is they can start getting some information about what they might be facing. You know, not things that will necessarily change the course of the next chapter or stop them from having to go there, but just sort of stuff that leads into like, oh man, we might be facing some twisted stuff, right? And so kind of give them an idea of like what to sort of prepare for as they're going in. Those types of clues are going to be more hidden around the tower itself, because they would have gone through the teleportation circle, which would have been in the tower, and then, you know, the wizard would have fought them off. So it's like out in the city, not so much of that. So out in the city, I'm trying to sprinkle in a lot more details about just sort of like what happened to this city and why the wizard is the way he is. So earlier we had a bit of lore here, and what we did was a news article lying around. As you look around, there's not much worth noticing in this kitchen. Any food has long since been destroyed by time or scavenged by rats. However, you do notice what appears to be a very old news article on the floor. It seems to paint a picture of what the city was going through in the early days of the unhinging. That was the post-apocalyptic thing. I've said that, but just, you know, because it's not known lore about anything. It describes two particular events in which large, undefined creatures destroyed different districts of the city. Newspaper seems to think that these are freak accidents unlikely to continue, but your knowledge of the unhinging and the fact that the city was eventually abandoned tell you this article is mistaken. What I want to do for the lore in this one, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to just say, we're going to make this kind of easy to see. I'll also notice up here, one of the other mathematical things that I do is I've kind of set baseline easy, medium, and difficult skill checks. And I kind of, they skew a bit towards easy because, again, with things being story-based, I don't want it to be super common that players miss things. I want them to be able to find things. But I want, you know, I want them to, like, you know, sometimes have to work to find those things. But at any rate, what we'll do is we'll say, I want this to be pretty easy to find because this is just, it's not like a tangible thing that's going to suddenly make them like savants at battling. It's just going to give them a stronger understanding of what's going on. So I'm going to say DC 11 to find, or to, yeah, we'll say find the letter in the drawer of a nightstand in this bedroom, right? Because it's actually, hold on. Lounging around inside. What are the remnants of a rather lavish bedroom? Boom. Just to make sure that that's kind of continuous there. So DC 11 to find the letter in the drawer of a nightstand in this bedroom. And what I'm going to do for this is I'm trying to, like, within this room, because when they're in the marketplace, they actually go into the marketplace that this wizard once owned a shop. No, he owned a shop. And so he sends them there a lot of times to find the resources because he knows that the stuff that he needs can be found in that shopping district, right? So a lot of the history and the lore in that one is based on who the wizard was beforehand, before all this sort of stuff happened, and what the city was like before all this happened. Within this mansion, and then the other place in the city that they're going to visit a lot is a temple. I want there to be evidence of sort of what happened to the city and sort of like how everything went from it being a lively, fun, happy city to this wasteland that it is now. And then in the tower itself, in between excursions into these parts of the city, that's where players are going to be learning about what happened to the wizard himself, and learning sort of like the tragic downfall of him, because they'll kind of have the context of what they're finding out in the world, and then the context of what his mental state has been as things have progressed. It's sort of the idea that I'm going for and how I'm structuring the lore of this one. So what I want to do with this letter here, my first thought here is it's going to be simple. This letter seems to have been written from one close friend to another. There is talk about financial difficulties, of the strange events of the city during the early days of the unhinging. But those soon changed to concerns for personal safety. It seems by this letter that, because I don't know that I want to like write out a full letter. So sometimes that can be fun, and sometimes I do that. I'm such a child. Sometimes I will do that. But in this situation, I think I want to just kind of offer up the general gist of it. Because I feel like, because we're just offering background lore and this isn't actually like a critical piece of information, I feel like it would disturb the pace a lot if I wrote out a full letter from like one close friend to another, instead of just giving them like the background. So for example, in the game that I am running for my friends right now, they found a journal, and I actually wrote out a few journal entries to sort of give a more personal taste, because it's the journal of a character that they then meet later, right? And so I wanted to kind of add that more personal touch, because that was a much more critical and central item to what they were going through, right? It was a more main quest item rather than just like background lore item. Because this is a background lore item, I don't want to overstate its importance, and so the best way to do that is to say it's a letter. It basically says this kind of thing. So it's like they get it. It's an important thing. They understand the information, but they don't fixate on like the names of who the people were and start thinking like, oh, we should search for these people, or oh, we should go to this place that's mentioned in it. Like, I don't, these are subtle, not literal ways of like increasing or decreasing the importance of something. So that way you can sort of naturally guide your players towards what is important and what is interesting, right? Like, because there's a difference. Like, you want all important things to also be interesting, but interesting things don't necessarily have to be important, right? That's just my approach to things. It's imperfect, because it sort of relies on players being predictable, and they are decidedly not. But it's these little tricks that you can do that kind of will. They tip the odds in favor of the pacing that you're looking for. So yeah, it seems by this letter that the family that once lived in this home had friends and relatives in the city of Fosvik, which that was the city that the players would have originally come from, right? That was we can pull up the map because I've got it here. That was this city up here that this excursion kind of came from. So that kind of like helps paint the picture of like, oh, these people kind of were starting to flee up here, because that's what happened, right? Like everything went crazy. The people fled up here for safety, whereas like the wizards stayed here to protect the city, because they thought it was just going to be like oh wow, there's some dangerous stuff happening here. Well, let's just get that cleaned up. The wizard will handle it for us, and then we'll come back in a couple weeks. That was the thought. Didn't pan out that way. In the city, so by this letter, it seems that the family that once lived in this home had friends and relatives in the city of Fosvik who were aware of the dangers appearing around the world and could offer safe haven to to these people of Manadala, if they wanted to leave the city for the time being. And so we're just going to leave it at that. It's just like basically a letter that's an invite. And the idea is just to kind of like make it clear to the players, like, yeah, these people were starting to flee up there. Because ultimately there was an entire citywide thing. But even the wealthy people were like, the wealthy people that didn't really give a rip about the rabble were just like, well, I mean, we can still go up there. And so this just kind of paints the picture for the players, like, yeah, these people started to flee up there, you know, and so they left up here, and that's why there's not like big old piles of corpses all over the place. is what I'm trying to sort of convey here with that. So that's good. That's good right there. Simple room doesn't need to be any more complex than that, I don't think. I think that works just fine. Yeah, great. Great, perfect. Okay, perfect timing. We got another hour. I got another hour of streaming left in me. So we're gonna keep going, but you know, as per our big long discussion about hydration and everything, I'm gonna go to the bathroom one more time, and then I should be good to just power through the hour. Not one more time the rest of my life. Like, I'm sure I'll go to the bathroom even more times today, but just one more time during the course of the stream. Run to the bathroom, refill my beverage, and then we will try and get one, maybe even two more rooms done. The easy battle should be easy to describe. You know, especially with the room, we don't have to invent a whole lot. So I'm going to run to the bathroom, and we'll try and see if we can't get two more rooms done. Well, at least get one more done. And yeah, so sit tight. Appreciate your patience. I will be back very shortly. All right. Ready to make the sprint to the finish for today's stream. For just today's stream. And then we'll be back later this week. That's what we do. That's just what we do. Yeah, all right. Let's go ahead and let's do this. I really want to try and get 2 rooms done. Because if we can get 2 more rooms done, there's a very good chance that we can finish this whole section by the end of the week, and that would be some amazing progress on this. As you can see, it doesn't help that I like to take the time to explain things. Because, like, what's the point of a stream if you're not going to, like, explain what you're doing? If I wanted to just, like, silently work on stuff, I wouldn't stream it, right? Like, I like explaining what I'm doing to help others, and, like, you know, sometimes other people chime in other ideas too, and it's like, hey, you know, it's fun to kind of make it collaborative. It's how we all get better at DMing and everything. That's kind of what my goal here is. But that said, you know, because of that, the flip side is sometimes I get distracted in my conversations and it gets a little slow for me. But yeah, if we can get like 2 more rooms done today, that'd be some really good progress. I'd be very happy about. So I should probably stop gabbing about wanting to do it and just actually do it, huh? All right, easy battle. Already kind of walked through what my approach is and how I know how much battle to put in for an easy battle. Going to be worth 350 experience points. Real low-key battle here. Especially for level 6 players. This is going to be a real easy battle, but that's fine. This is still pretty early in this chapter, this section of the chapter. This is only section 2 of the chapter. That'll have 6 sections. This one's meant to be easy. This is still like the easy section where players are just kind of enjoying the fact that they've recently moved up to level 6 and to kind of have some new spells. It's their chance to sort of experiment with their spells and abilities that they've gained and to let themselves feel like they're actually progressing and improving as adventurers, because like they're facing stuff that would have been roughly the same challenge at level 1, right? Because if you always just immediately level things up so that it's like difficult at level 6 when they're there, I always feel like that kind of takes away a little bit of the effect of leveling up, because like the point of leveling up is you get better, but if everything else gets better with you, then you might as well just stay at level 1 and always face the easy things, because it's always the same challenge. Like there should be at least some period of time where you level up, get better, and suddenly you're like, oh my god, I'm a badass now. It's like when you level up and can return to the early areas, right? And just absolutely just like, just smoke whatever's there. So that's why I like to do these things. That's one of the reasons why I like to have these easier things. Because I like seeing my players have fun just absolutely wrecking things that might have once actually been like a very difficult, deadly thing. Like that always brings joy to players when they're like, oh yeah, we're getting our revenge now. I like giving them that opportunity. What can I say? I'm just a giver. Which is dramatically different than the attitude I was talking about having in the beginning. Where I was talking about being just like the most confrontational DM you can imagine. I don't know where I'm coming from. Wild card. Okay, 350 experience points. For this one, I'm thinking actually this would be a kind of a fun one. Let's do 7 of these riding horses. Do 7 of these bad boys. Just 7 of these like small horses. I almost imagine them being. We could do what I did in one of the other sections. In a couple of the other sections, like we can see if I go up here, I think I did it in this section. This is the section where there's rhinos around. Yeah, there's rhinos around, and I skinned some of them as like baby rhinos. That way our players can have like real fun trying to understand the emotional complexity of knowing that they're killing babies. Is that a little adversarial of me? Yes. Do I feel bad about it? Not at all. Because every group I've ever DM'd for will spend at least some part of their campaign being just the most violent murder hobos you've ever imagined. It's like, oh, the store clerk is asking for 60 gold piece for that potion. What? I'm going to kill that asshole. I'm going to take his hand unless he gives me a discount. And they just like go nuts. Because there always comes a time when like players will kind of like recognize and acknowledge the fact that there aren't real consequences, so they can just kind of do whatever they want. And there's always a point where that pendulum swings just a little too far towards do whatever I want before it then kind of like levels off at like, well, maybe we don't need to be complete monsters to everyone. So I always love giving the opportunity to just sort of like test, like kind of test where they're at for that kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, there's a whole bunch of babies. What do you do about that? Do you kill the babies? The correct answer is yes, always. It's D&D. There are no consequences. Gotta get them sweet experience points, baby. Can't level up. You can't get better at fighting if you don't kill things. And sometimes you just need a gimme. Alright. Room 5. Let me check and make sure I know which room we're talking about here. Room 5. Another bedroom. Yeah, here we go. Peeking into this room. This room. You see what must have once been a young child's room. Though still lavishly decorated, the colors are pastel yellows, blues, and pinks of a toddler still enamored. And how do you spell enamored? I just put an extra U in there. I tried to get British about it, and I'm just not capable of doing that, evidently, by adding an erroneous U everywhere. Yeah, I said erroneous. Fight me. Oh, you can't because I'm online. Oh my god. Sorry. That was very confrontational of me. Still enamored with fun toys and bright colors. Though the furniture is largely broken and broken from time and the collapse of the floor below it, right? Because remember, they're on like the second story, even though it's down on the first story. And the collapse of the floor below, you can tell that this child was a very lucky one to have been born to this family. You know, just because most of our adventures are going to be like poor riffraff. That way we can just kind of like sow this sort of like subtle but still very real resentment towards a child that is likely to have already grown old and died because it's like thousands of years have passed since this house was inhabited. Now, however, it seems to be the home of some different creatures as you realize that you are now face to face with a large number of young horses. They are eyeing you, but it's hard to know if they want to play or attack, or if those two options would even functionally feel different to you. Now, how does a horse play? I don't know. I guess horses probably don't play by just like kicking the piss out of each other, but maybe they do. I don't know. I spent time in the veterinary field, but I was never working with horses. They're finicky and their owners are insane, so I never really had much interest in working with horses personally. Yeah, I call them out. Okay, not every horse owner is insane, but a lot of them are, and you have to deal with them. So, you know, I was just not interested in that. Plus, it's like super cutthroat because the flip side, the reason people are willing to deal with horse owners because usually rich as fuck, and so you can make a lot of money taking care of their animals. They'll pay top dollar. But because of that, it's also very, very competitive because people want to make that moolah. And so even when I was interested in the veterinary field in general, I was not interested in horses. I liked cows. Cows were funny. They were goofy. People didn't get super up in arms about cows. I mean, they kind of do when you're talking about like animal rights and stuff, but like the farmers, when you go take care of their cows, they're not very Sue happy, right? Like they kind of have this perspective of like, yeah, the cows are on limited lifespan. I want you to keep them alive and keep them healthy. So that way, you know, I don't lose out on my profits, but you know, if things happen, things happen. That's why you have a herd of cows rather than banking your livelihood on 2 cows. You know, so they tend to be a bit more level-headed than pet owners, but they're also willing to invest because their investment is their income, right? So like general pet owners, a lot of them are not really willing to invest in their pets because like, you know, there's no, like they have emotional connections to the pets, but it's hard to justify thousands of dollars for certain. I don't know. I'm digressing, and this is not progressing thing. Point is, I don't actually know a whole lot about horses, despite the fact that I used to be trained well enough to keep one alive if it was ill or injured. I do know that horses themselves can be very sweet, fun, funny animals. And it's their owners that make things difficult. I do know that. I don't have problems with horses themselves. But, anywho, all of these unsolicited opinions aside, I'm gonna put a rune in here. So I like to hide runes and stuff for players, and I kind of do, the way I kind of do runes is I like to plant a rune that is like of a spell level that's kind of matches up with the progression that the players are in. And the way I do that is if it's level 1 to 2, it's a cantrip. If it's 3 or 4, level 1, 5 to 6, right? Because there's, if you include cantrips, there are 10 levels of spells and 20 levels for players. So it's 2 player levels per spell level. So if this one is a level 6, right? If 1, 2 is cantrip, 3, 4 is level 1, 5, 6 is level 2. So there's, and I do it based on, I like to do it based on player level. That said, depending on the situation, I may go a little bit simpler if that serves the purpose well. So it's kind of more so like in this area, they'll find up to a level 3. And you can temper that. Like I have sometimes tempered it by doing it more so based on the challenge rating. And if the challenge rating of the boss ends up being higher than a certain point, we can do that. And in fact, I think I'm going to do that for this time because we're going to be planting the rune in a child's room. So you're probably not going to put a level 3 spell or a level 2 spell even in a child's room. It's probably going to be more of a cantrip or something. So if the boss of this area is a challenge rating as a challenge rating, it got halfway between saying challenge rating and C. If it's a challenge rating of 3, that means it would be a level 1 spell, which I think is like definitely the upper level limit of like what a rune you would give to a child would be. And my thought is that like it'd be interesting if that rune was like a family heirloom that's like hanging on the wall, that like the concept of it's a family heirloom passed down or a family tradition passed down, and there's like a coming of age ceremony that the family does, or like just like at the 16th part, at the child's bar mitzvah or whatever, their 16th birthday, they can open up the display with their rune and they can like use the rune for the first time. So I kind of imagine that the rune would be something that's just kind of more of like a luxury or a fun type of thing, that it's just like, yes, it's a family tradition, you've earned the right, so what I want to do is I'm going to go to D&D Beyond, and we're going to look at it this way, because I don't have all of the runes finished, even though that's the system that we're using. So I'm just going to go to all spells, let it load, let it load, let it load. That's the second time I've referenced that song. But apparently that's where my mind is today. I wanted you to do all spells, but you don't seem to be doing that. Oh, because it's on in the abjuration spell section. There it is. Here we go. Okay, go to spells. Let's start with first level spells. We'll filter them. And let's just take a look and see what first level spells are there and see what ones kind of make sense. Elements: Alarm, Animal Friendship, Armor of Agathis, Arms of Hadar, Bane, Beast Bond. Telepathic link with one beast that you touch that is friendly to you or charmed to you. Spell fails as if the beast's intelligence is 4 or higher. Until the spell ends, the link is active. Okay, we're doing this. I immediately have thought of some really cool lore for this mansion that may or may not be anything that the players ever get to know. But it really ties things up and really adds a different degree of connectivity between what they're seeing and what once was the players. So we're going to do Beast Bond. So we're just going to come here, and I don't think I have Beast Bond made. Let me check here. Which School of Magic was that? I wasn't picking. Where'd you go? Beast Bond, Divination. Have I done Cantrip Environments? I have not done Beast Bond yet. So that's fine. We'll just know that we need to do one. We're going to say, let's do DC 12 to notice that the hanging wall ornament has a rune, included in it. We'll just kind of do that, like that's the thing to notice. So as you glance around the room, the fact that this was once a very wealthy family becomes starkly clear to you. A wall ornament hanging above the former we're just gonna say the bed. I was gonna say the former child's bed, but that makes it sound like we have confirmation that the child died well, I mean, like I say, like functionally the child would have grown old and died by now. I don't want to like send the implication that like the child definitely died in the unhinging, because it's just a little dark. I'm not afraid to approach dark, but I try to avoid taking the Stephen King approach to dark stuff and incorporating kids. Like, it's a very effective way to make things dark and uncomfortable, but it's just not my style. It's just not my style. I don't like being mean to kids. I don't like kids, but I don't like actively harming kids either, even in like fictional settings. It's just not my jam, yo. It's not my jam, yo. No judgment on anyone who does. I love Stephen King books, and he uses children to amazing effect to invoke emotional feelings in you as a reader. So I'm very impressed by his ability, and I think he does it fantastically, and I don't think there's anything wrong, but it's just not my style, yo. And anyway, that was a stupidly long explanation for absolutely nothing. A wall ornament hanging over the bed apparently includes what appears to be. Apparently include what appears to be. I'm just going to say apparently includes a rune of some sort. And so then what I'm going to do is I always like to add just a little bit extra, because part of the crafting system for the rune, part of what I like to do is players have to sort of like research and understand what the rune is. Like, you can't just like, because runes don't have just like, you know, flip over like for a drug, like it doesn't have the directions that like a bottle of aspirin would have, right? Like, it doesn't have that just like etched on the back. It's like it has basically the symbol for something, and then like it kind of offers off a radiance, right? And so that's just kind of how it works. So I like to have these say DC 14 to know that this is a rune of Beast Bond. I like to do that. So it's like, because like basically what the idea is, like if someone is going to recognize this, they should like have some knowledge of Arcana, and they would make an Arcana check, is the idea. And so it's like if they want to, so it's pretty much guaranteed that it's going to be an Arcana check. Possibly I'll also accept a history check if they can explain to me why, like, even though they're not magically inclined, they would like understand the history of the schools of magic or something to know, like, I'll accept that. Generally speaking, it's going to be an Arcana check. But it's like you either have to know that or you have to go do some research. So if they don't know it off the bat just by like the dice saying like, oh yeah, this one you've crossed paths with, you know, then they got to go to the library and start doing some research on it, and then it becomes part of the crafting process. It's just like handing out these runes, especially as often as I do it, could very quickly become a little OP for players. So I like to temper it by making them really work to be able to use them. I don't, because that's the one thing that I think Pathfinder did wrong. It's kind of like you find a rune, or you find an item with a rune attached. You can take the rune off and put it on whatever you want. Yep, just do it. You know, it's like, or at least that's how it's played in any game that I've played in. I've never DM'd for Pathfinder, so I guess I don't really know the rules. I just know what has been enforced on me by the DMs for the Pathfinder games I played. At any rate, you know, it's a project. If the players are going to have super awesome rad items, they should earn them and work for them. As you examine this rune, you can see actually, you know what I'm going to do? We're going to cut that, and we're going to put that right here. Put that, and see a symbol on it, and feel the magical radiance coming from the sizable stone. I always imagine them being like the size of the stones that Hagrid is skipping when they've sentenced Buckbeak to death, right? Like, I always imagine them being like that size, like a big palm size rock, right? Like, it's also, a rune is a hefty thing. It has to hold in the magical essence. It's not like some goofy little pebble. Plus, who would ever find those things, right? If I'm trying to make these things that my players find, that'd be ridiculous. And so we'll just add the description here after if they know it. The symbol appears to be that of the school of divination, and the radiance feels familiar as the magic that could invoke the spell Beast Bond. Now, the reason that I thought about this being like a cool lore thing is like there could be just sort of like what my thought is maybe elsewhere, because we got one more lore thing that we're gonna do in this room, and like there are a couple other rooms that we can like add descriptions for. My thought is, what if this family was a very wealthy family of horse breeders, and the concept is like it's a rite of passage for the family that when you turn a certain age, you have your horse that is like your bonded horse, and like the idea is that they like had like a magical breed of horses or whatever, that would like, it doesn't really even need to be a particularly magical breed of horses. Horses are pretty long lived. But once you reach a certain age, like you find your horse, like, you know, that's what the family does. It's your horse. And so you beast bond with that horse. So you become one with your horse, right? And that's just like what they do. And that's like their pride and their family history and everything. And like that's what all these horses are descendants from this. And that's why they seem to be particularly dangerous and hardy horses that are particularly comfortable in this home, because they come from lineage that were always comfortable in this home, you know, or at least around this home. That's what my thought is. And so it's like extremely unimportant, and I probably won't even ever explicitly explain it, but like I'm gonna start dropping like in other descriptions and there's other bits of lore, just little bits about like, oh yeah, this family was like super into horses and they were like all about horses, and so it's just kind of like offers that implication. It's a very FromSoft approach to offering lore to do it this way. You know, and it's like, which kind of like I'm always torn about when I do that, because part of me loves FromSoft's approach. I love, hey Lady Ishka, glad to have you here. I love that FromSoft doesn't always just smack you in the face, especially with like background lore and stuff like that. I love that there's just sort of like this implicit story that you can kind of glean as you pay attention to the world around you. The flip side of it is they definitely take that too far, because they never actually explicitly explain anything to you. And so you just kind of turn into this like chaotic, agreeable character that just runs around and does whatever people ask you to do, right? You just run around and people are like, hey, would you do this? And you're like, yep. And you do it, and you never really, like, unless you like really read between a lot of lines, you never really know why you're doing the things that you do. And so it's like they could be a bit more explicit when it comes to the main storyline. At any rate, that's kind of how we'll do this stuff. And I like it that way. That's how I like it. And that's pretty much all we need for that room. I guess I'm going to just do one more thing just to make sure it's explicitly there and quick and easy to find. Rune is a beast bond rune. Boom. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Perfect. All right. Great. Now we get to do room 6, which has a trap, and this has the big old gem that they need to. This is going to be like the final, like this is the point. This is the reason why they're going to this room. And this is actually kind of fun because like what I kind of decided I wanted to do here. Oops, here we go. What I kind of decided I wanted to do is the horses kind of have free reign over this area because this is the area of the house that's been damaged. But then like these two rooms, the horses can't get into, right? So these are the reasons why these rooms, you know, don't really have any horses in there, because this part of the house is still intact. And I wanted to put the gem in here because my thought is that players will probably first think, oh, if we want to find the gem that's a family heirloom, we should probably look through bedrooms and through things like jewelry boxes, like the one they're going to find. And that's kind of a misdirect because the gem that they're finding is over here, which is like room 6 is going to be like the library. It's like 6 and 7 are combined a library, study, music room type of area, right? Like rich people hoity-toity like to have back in those days. And so my thought is that there will be heirlooms that are kind of like on display and protected with like various magical traps and stuff. And so that's what my thought is that like the gem is going to be one of those things, and it's trapped. And so our players can like have to deal with that to get the thing. And so it's different than the horses. And I just thought that would be a good like misdirect, because they're probably going to gravitate towards the bedrooms looking for people's personal belongings to try and find it, not thinking that elsewhere they might have exactly what they're looking for like on display. So that's what I want to do. And in fact, although what would be fun too is put one right here, and I might make a little note we can write this down as we're filling out the room. Make a little note that if players are looking through windows and they have a particularly good DC, like I might even bump it up from the 14, that's the standard difficult. But like if they have a really good DC for searching through the windows, they might see that it's there and be able to get the early tip off that it's like, oh shoot, if we find our way in there, that's great. So I think I kind of want to describe that. But at any rate, crap. Let's say here. So we'll say, actually we'll describe the room and then we'll describe the mechanics of it. So let's do, entering this room, you suddenly, you find yourselves surrounded by a combination study / trophy room of sorts. A few desks and chairs sit scattered around as bookshelves line the entirety of the walls. With the exception, we'll say, the exception of a few areas where the shelves break to make space for glass display cases. Inside each of these cases are objects that look more expensive and valuable than anything you've ever even imagined in your life. Massive gems, complex instruments made of glass and gold, and we'll say and trophies stand on display, almost mocking you for how poor you currently feel. Boom. And now we'll go ahead and do, I'm going to set it up this way. We're going to say each case is trapped in the same way, but with different solutions to open them successfully. So really what I want to do is basically I just want to set it up so like each case has 3 buttons, and for each case like a certain combination of buttons need to be pressed, and there's no indication. Like I want there to be no indication, so it really can't just be like a random guessing game that players do, or if they want to try and do some sort of like check, we'll do something really like a really difficult check for them to try and identify like maybe which buttons are more worn down, right? So they can narrow it down. But it's like, then the question is, do you press them sequentially or at the same time? And it's going to be different for each one. They kind of have to figure it out. I'm going to keep them relatively simple so they can try and guess. But the flip side is I kind of want to have it be like, if they fail, they're like, I don't know, like hit with something that will like flat out stun them and make them incapable of motion for a certain amount of time, right? Because like this is again something that I don't want to make inaccessible for them. So I don't want to make it so that these cases, because if the cases are all going to be the same, then in all fairness, they all have to be eventually brute forceable, is essentially what you want to do for this, right? Because if you don't make them at least brute forceable, then there's the chance the players will miss it. And now that's not good, because we have like the whole point of them coming into this place sitting there, right? They need to be able to get everything that's in this, or at least they need to get the biggest gem here. So what I'm thinking I'm going to do is, we'll just say at the base of each case are 3 brass buttons. And you know what? That's all I'm gonna say. I'm just gonna say there are three brass buttons, and now we're gonna put the rules of the game here, and it's up to the players to just kind of figure out the rules of the game. Each case has its own combination of buttons that must be. What we'll do is we'll say must be pressed at the same time to unlock. And what we'll do is we'll say gem. What I'm gonna put 5 cases in here. I think 5 cases will be a good fit in this place. I think if we do like 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, if we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we'll do 5. 1 on this wall, 2 there, 2 there. So we'll maybe do so gem 1. Let's say all 3 must be pressed consecutively. And then what we'll do is, like, this is going to be kind of a complex system of notes here. It's going to, no matter what I do, it's going to be cumbersome. So I'm just going to kind of go with it logically. Each case has its combination, and then we're going to put, like, what happens if they get it right for each one of them. And then I'm just going to do a little description of the reward. And then when we get to the bottom of that, we'll do another bullet of what happens with each of them when it goes wrong. And it's going to be the same thing if they get it wrong. All three must be pressed consecutively. As this case clicks open, you are now able to access a large ruby that you figure must be worth. What's that? Let me check something here. Pull this up here. Go to our loot gen. I want to see. Go here. Just like they've got a quick thing here. Mundane. Okay, mundane is what we want. I'm gonna sort it by cost. Here we go. Skyship, galley warship. Let me see the better amount. I want to see what, like, they have the most expensive gem at. Or by type. Venturing gear, artisans tools. Martial weapon. What are they? Actually, wait, hold on. Let me go back here. Go loot. Okay, they have it set as a treasure. We do it this way. Oh, I thought. I'm confused. I'm confused about the table view, maybe? I don't think that's going to help me. I just find what the most expensive thing. Okay, you know what? Here, let's just go here. Let's go just search your gems. Gems, jewelry, and art objects. There we go. I just want to see what the most expensive gem would be. I'm looking for like a table of. God damn. I'm looking for a table of gems. Are they gemstone maybe? Just gemstones. Wall of gemstones. It's not really what I'm looking for here. Yeah, because it's just in a thing. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna go ahead and call it, and we can just make it. Must be worth at least 1,000 GP. We're just gonna do that. I'm just because it's I can just like it's a football-sized ruby. Who cares? Whatever. Gonna try and keep it kosher with the rules as written, but they just had to make it all cryptic on me, make it all as difficult as possible. So fine, I'll do it my way. I'll do it live. It doesn't really matter which one is which. Like the order, we'll just kind of design it how we want to. Gem 2. Well, this one I'm gonna say left and center must be pressed consecutively. And then we'll say black text as this case clicks open. You know what? Going to that, and then for this one, just to a large. We're gonna say to a large diamond. There's a diamond worth that much. So there's a couple of gems they can use either of those ones for the sake of the, like, that'll be the reward too. Like, you know, because they'll have like handled all the challenges of this one and kind of succeeded at this. The reward will also be that they can use one of the gems for the teleportation circle, and the other one they can use just for money for themselves. So then next one, let's go ahead and do trophy case 1. Let's say leftmost button must be pressed alone. So no others, only that one. You know, just kind of randomize and mix things up a little bit here. As this case clicks open, you are now able to access a collection of metals that, as you examine them, indicate many instances of prize, we'll say a prize horse breeding awards. The gold collectively is probably worth about 100 GP. Like, just to melt it down, because the awards themselves mean nothing to anyone anymore. These are thousands of years old. They're ancient. No one cares about them. But you could melt down the gold and get some money for it. We'll say trophy case 2. We'll say center button must be pressed alone. And we'll do right here, as this case clicks open, you are now able, and I'm kind of describing what the reward is right here. And so for the big old gem, for like just the reward section, I'll just say refer to gem 1 and 2 above, and just save myself a little bit of time there. But it's just easier to do it this way, since I'm putting descriptions of what happens when they access things along with the actual mechanics of the puzzle. It's just easier to keep it all in one place like this, and then just put a note that says, like, yeah, remember, it's the gem is the reward here. They've already kind of covered that if they finished it. So we're now able to access a large trophy. It seems this trophy was awarded to a winner of a very prestigious horse race. I don't know, whatever. Melted down, you suspect the gold would be worth about 150 GP. All right, one big gold trophy. Boom, there they go. And then the last one here, we'll say, I'm just gonna put strange instrument. Complex instruments made of glass gold. Yeah. So strange instrument. And we'll say left and right buttons must be pressed consecutively. So, like, in general, that's not a hard puzzle to figure out, but we're going to go ahead and make punishments of them, like, getting shocked and zapped and damaged for it. Say, as this case clicks open, you are now able to access a strange instrument that is made of glass and gold. Now, when I'm using instrument, it occurred to me, instrument could mean like implement, or it could mean like musical instrument. I'm thinking musical instrument, and what I'm thinking is like this can just be some sort of like really complex sort of like flute or wind instrument that like includes ornamental glass but is largely just like made of gold. And like my thought is that it might be a little magical in that it like has magically available sounds, and it's like if used, I don't know, like I guess I don't know that I want to necessarily make it magically powerful, but it's just like it produces very beautiful music. Oh, actually, you know what? I have a better idea. That's in gold. I'm going to do DC. I'm going to say DC 12 to recognize what it is. It's a very specific implement, and it's something that I'm just making up off the top of my head. It's not like it has like necessarily a real world implement, but I'm just thinking in a world of magic and strange stuff. This is what I'm thinking. It is a multi-tonal whistle that is often used by horse trainers. When in the hands of a skilled user, it can be used to train horses to respond to different tones with different actions and different actions, period. This one appears to have been made quite expertly and produces beautiful tones that you suspect may even calm horses, making them more willing to follow instructions. And what's fun about this one is if players want to get creative and role play heavy with this, I would 100% allow them to be like, oh, I want to use this rather than sell it. And I'm going to actually just say something like, like this may sell for up to 500 gold pieces, even though this is just like a small whistle. Something like this may sell for up to 500 gold pieces to the right buyer. Boom. So it's like if they want to sell it, they can, or if they wanted to try and do that to like get themselves a horse companion and train a horse, I would 100% allow that as a downtime activity for them to like try and train an animal, specifically a horse, with it. So that's what my thought is for that one. Now we got to add one more bullet point here. And so we're just going to say for any case where they get the combination wrong, I think what I'm going to do is as you press the button, and we're going to go ahead and do this in case they tried like the wrong combination. As you press the buttons, here's what I want to do. You feel a sharp prick in your finger, and we'll do Z in case you do multiple. And we'll say player must make a con save of, we'll say DC 12. On fail, I'm gonna say we're gonna make it a pretty powerful poison here, but it's gonna poison them is the idea, and so it's like it's more of a deterrent than anything, right? Because like it'll do some poison damage, but for the most part it's meant to make people be like, ooh, yikes, maybe I don't want to mess with this. So on fail, I'm gonna actually, maybe it's not very powerful, but I'm gonna say 2d6 poison damage. On save, take half. Is what I want to do. Yeah, so we'll do that, and then we're gonna say allow players to be creative to figure out the correct buttons, or else they can guess as often as they like. And I'm going to say general DC for figuring out patterns should be, I'm going to do it DC, we're going to do DC 14. So generally to figure out the pattern, it's still got to be challenging. And the big thing is like, I really want this, like, they can still brute force their way over this one, right? Because there are only so many combinations. They'll eventually guess it right. They can do the DC 14. You know, if they're getting creative, they can do, like, investigation to see which buttons have been pressed. You know, they can try and, like, you know, if they want to try and, like sleight of hand or investigate to find a way to deactivate the thing, we'll allow them to try and figure that out. Whatever they want to do, just DC 14. It's got to be challenging because we are hiding an important thing behind here. Plus, if they injure themselves and then are stuck there trying to get back out and facing other animals, that can still be like a later challenge. So it's like, I want this to be a challenge. I want them to like feel frustrated and annoyed by this because it's the whole point of a security system. But ultimately, this one should be one that they can brute force. The only other thing I'm going to do is, last is magically enhanced to not break if they can magically dispel. That is okay. I don't want them to be able to just be like, well, I break the glass case. All right, that's too obvious. That's too obvious and too easy. So it's like magically bulletproof or something like that, which again is like a really obvious workaround, but god damn it, there's an important plot point here and I want it to be a challenge. So they're just going to have to deal with that. So we'll just do it that way. Now we're going to go ahead and just do big, oops, hold on. Actually, first off, hold on. I want that bullet point black because it bothers me when the bullet points aren't all black, even if the words are red, because it just looks weird and I don't like it. Underline, big ol', wait, yeah, big ol' gem. Is that how it is, or does the apostrophe go in front of it for big ol'? Yeah, it goes behind. It's just technically not a word. Mostly, I want to be consistent. Gosh dang it. Big old gem. There it is. Immune to everything, deal with it. Yeah, 100%. There's some things that just need to have plot armor, you know, and it's like, and what I always tell players too is it's like, look, you can either have a challenge to overcome, or we can just sit here and say that you succeeded and the story's over. I'll kind of do that to players sometimes. I don't have to do it very often. I've got really awesome players. I love my players. I mean, I play with some of my best friends, so it's real easy for me to have awesome players because of that. So I'm kind of spoiled that way. But generally speaking, I'll kind of tell that to players. I'm like, look, do you want to play a game or do you want to read a book where you know the hero wins? You know, it's like, which one do you want here? You know, and so I'll kind of tell them that. And I'll also tell them that if they're spending too much time, like, not answering the call to adventure, if I'm like, oh, you see this thing happening over here, and they're like, no, we don't do that. And, like, I'll kind of tell them, be like, look, guys, I appreciate that your characters are cautious, but after a certain point in time, you have to accept the call of adventure, otherwise there is no game. So there's a balance to strike, and it's going to be a little different with every group. And it's easy for me because my group they want to play the game. They're very good at accepting that. But, you know, sometimes you just got to, like, be a DM and you got to just say, like, look, guys, game, did you want the game or did you want to go home? Which one is it? You know, so that's one of the challenges of being a DM. Sometimes you just kind of have to be able to lay down the law a little bit with that. But at any rate, so for this part, for the big old gem, we're just going to say see gem 1 and gem 2 above, both fit the needs of Sis, that's our wizard, to repair the teleportation circle. Boom, there we go. We can just have that. Boom. See those areas above there. And I think that's a pretty good trap. Like, it's arguably a bit more like a puzzle, but the reason I'm kind of classifying that one as a trap, and not needing to do anything else with it, the reason I'm calling that one a trap is because players are inevitably going to have to face that one if they want to succeed, right? And I've kind of mechanically built it that way. It's not a surprise trap necessarily. I mean, it kind of is because there's clearly a security system in place, and, you know, anyone with general reasoning skills is going to recognize that there's probably something bad going to happen there. But I consider that one it's a trap with puzzle elements because there's no way to avoid it, right? Like, the puzzle is like a puzzle, like I say, is players choosing to interact to get a reward, which is kind of what's happening here. But at the same time, you know, a trap is players have to avoid something or else something negative will happen. And this has that element there, even though there is an obvious reward they're trying to get to. You know, it's like sometimes the lines between the two are blurred, and that's fine. Because a dungeon with 2 puzzles is not lacking for fun things for players to do. So that's like the important thing to remember. And when I do the trap and the puzzle, it's mostly just to make sure that I don't always have everything be a riddle, or always have everything be, you know, a surprise spike bed in the floor and stuff like that. So we have 2 very different challenges for our players to overcome. And I think, I mean, you could almost argue that this is more of a puzzle and the other one is more of a trap. So, you know, but anyway, loose fits still fit. So yeah, and that finishes that room, and I'm actually really pleased with the progress. We got 2 in 2 particularly, we got 4 rooms done in 2 particularly involved rooms, since we had to come up with a trap and a puzzle. And we had to invent a lot of lore-based items too. So I'm actually really pleased with the progress we made. Like, in terms of just number of rooms completed for this dungeon, not that many, but in terms of like what we filled out, a whole lot. Because I mean, look what we've got left. Just a couple battles, which is just like, you know, mix and match with our enemies up here. And then as far as like rewards go, we've got 1 lore piece that we kind of had to figure out a little bit more lore for. Not going to be too difficult. We have some ideas that we can go for. And then money, random table, potions, and potions, you know, 2 rooms with potions. Those are easy. You throw some health potions at them and maybe a couple other goofy random potions that seem interesting for the challenges that they're about to face. You know, maybe we can give them a couple like poison cure potions or something like that. I don't know. So this part will go real easy next time. So yeah, for today, I think we made good progress, and the timing is just about perfect because it's just about time. I got to do my sign off here because I got stuff I got to do. I gotta go do my rock climbing training today. I use that as my like functional strength training. I gotta go do some rock climbing before coming back, and it's Monday, and I actually am running my D&D game tonight, so I gotta go out and get that taken care of before I come back because I got training to do. I'm trying to sneak around the lair. Having my plate mail keeps them. Good old paladins. Good old paladins. That's a good one. I've heard similar versions of that before. That's a good one. All right. Yeah. No. That's good. That's good. I'm gonna go ahead and bring us to just chatting so I can do my my sign off here. Thank you so much to everyone who stopped by. I really appreciate people stopping by, and it's like I don't always verbalize it, but like the truth is it's super flattering to me that people are interested in the stuff that I'm writing, and it's like it's really helpful to me to just know that people like the stuff that I'm making, because it makes me feel good that what I'm working on as a DM is stuff that is appreciated by people and you know, by proxy probably my players. You know, it's nice to know that the stuff that I'm making is interesting to people, and so I can't thank you enough for coming by and, you know, validating me. But yeah, no, for real. You know, it means a lot to me that people stop by. I really hope that you guys gain some stuff from it, gain some ideas and stuff. I will definitely take the recommendation seriously to like get on making the video for the XP breakdown. Like, knowing that people are interested in that's like, it's just really helpful to me to know that people are interested in what I'm doing and want to see stuff, because like that's, like I say, that's the point of streaming this. If I wanted to just like quietly do my own stuff, I wouldn't stream it. Like, I want to share ideas with people, and I want, you know, I want other people to have other ideas for their DMing, because the world always needs more DMs, so that those of us DMs actually have the chance to play for a change. But for real, it means a lot to me that you guys would stop by. Today's Monday, so we got still a whole week of streaming ahead of us. As of right now, I don't have anything getting in the way of streams. Like, my day job will sometimes get in the way based on what meetings and stuff I have going on, so it's liable to change. But as of right now, I should still be back for my usual schedule the rest of the week, which is, my usual schedule is Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. I log on at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time zone and usually go till about 3:30. Mondays and Thursdays lately, I've been doing, those are the writing days. So if you want to see more writing, come back on Thursday. I'll be doing more writing. If you want to just hang out and talk about stuff, including video games, I do gaming streams on Tuesday and Friday. And then intermingled there, when I have the time in the evenings, you know, usually sometime around like 7 or 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern time zone again, I've been trying to add a little bit more gaming on, because I just sit there and game anyway. So it's like, hey, we might as well chat about games and stuff. So if you want to see me, just like, you know, check out those times. And if you want a bit easier way to remember, rather than memorizing my schedule, which is sometimes in flux, you can get connected. I've got a Discord server that I put announcements about when I'm going live and, you know, when I have to cancel streams and stuff. So you can get connected up with that. Anyone's welcome. Or if it's more your speed, I also have a Twitter and virus streams that, among other stupid thoughts that I'll tweet out from time to time when I feel like it, I also will put announcements about when I'm going live. So, you know, you can follow to get announcements. You can go to Twitter. You can go to Discord. I try to just, like, make it so that whatever works for you, you can find out. Because, like, I don't know, just like different people work in different ways. And if you like my stuff but have a hard time knowing when it is, you know, I have anything I can do to, you know, help you find when I'm there. It's all secretly me just advertising myself. That's how this works. I mean, it's kind of both. The other option, too, though, is I do have a YouTube channel, EnviroBoy on YouTube, where I put all of my VODs up. So if watching live is just difficult, but you still want to see the stuff that I'm doing, check out my YouTube channel, and you can see all of the VODs, and you can watch all of them, you know, and I try to, you know, just do kind of a little bit of variety of what I'm working on. You can go all the way back to the beginning of this project. You can see how, like, my process has evolved, because my process is always evolving based on what's working better for different things and different groups that I'm running. So, you know, you can check all that kind of stuff out. That's all available to you. The only other social media thing, if you want to stay connected, if you're curious about some of the other stuff that I mentioned, rock climbing, kickboxing. I have a cat. She's got one eye. She's asleep over there. If you're interested in that kind of stuff, I do have an Instagram, EnviroBoy Streams. You can follow me there. I like to post little clips of me climbing or training. I'll probably post a clip from me climbing today at some point in time, depending on how that goes. Yes, yeah, the cat. One of these days, I'm going to actually go through with it. I keep talking about trying to get a cat cam that'll just, like, follow her around and sit in the corner, so you guys can, like, see my adorable little kitty. One of these days, I'll do it. One of these days, I'll have money enough that I can do that. But yeah, like, there's a lot of different, like, clips and pictures of her on my Instagram as well. So that's an option there. That's an option there. I get everyone with cat. Like, the cat is the selling point, 100%. One of these days, I'm just gonna, like, try and figure out a way to, like, VTube, but, like, with just her, and it's me, but, like, you don't see my face, you just see her face. One of these days, I'll just accept that I'm second tier to the cat. I've kind of already accepted it into my day-to-day life. It is what it is. But those are all the ways you can stay connected with me. And other than that, that's all I got. I really appreciate you guys. I really appreciate people stopping by. It's just so much fun doing this. I love doing this, you know. And if you've got other people who you think would be interested in, you know, hearing about D&D stuff or watching me play games or whatever, you know, let them know. Let them know. The more the merrier. I love having conversations and just sharing my thoughts and knowledge. I've been playing D&D for a while, and, you know, it feels good to share it with other people and to you know, exchange ideas. So thank you a million times over. I've said it a million times. I'll say it a million times more. I appreciate each and every one of you. Hopefully your Monday is off to a good start. I know mine has been so far. And yeah, that's just the beginning of the week. I will be back tomorrow and throughout the week. So have a good day, have a good week until then, and until the next time I see you, you know, take care of yourselves. I'll catch you cats on the flip side. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, bye.